Vanquisher, El Dorado. I don't know why. Let's do it. Holy cow. So the seed here is 444 F5F1030D. 2 boars, 4 wolves, infinite coal, infinite stone. This is perfect. I can terraform this whole dang thing into a mighty territory. The only problem I have with it is that we don't have any wood. So we got deer here. We got no resources really, but we got really good territory. So we don't even need to build up here. It's nice just to have it. But we have all the resources we need and a bunch of stone over there. I'm going to place this down right here, right in the trees. We're not going to freeze to death this time because we're going to have a lot. So objective 1, do not die. We got eggs. The forager probably won't do too darn well here, but I think they'll actually do well enough to warrant a forager. I'm actually kind of wondering if starting off with a forager might be smarter than starting off with the meat, simply because of the scarcity of resources. And the forager can just go to work right now. I don't have to build really anything. I just need to get the well up. We'll do that. We'll get the forager shack up. I'm a changed man now. It's smoother on performance, so that's kind of nice. I know performance issues were something people cited a lot. And that's one good thing about putting your base right on top of something like this is, oh, we got eggs. Eggs are great. And then, yes, we got a big thing of stone. Prioritization on that. We got plenty of wood, so that's good. And we're gonna run straight into firewood cutting. After we get the forager up, cool. Firewood cutting is next. So let's take a gander at some of the food production we can get, which is farming. What the shit? Ooh, they changed the plains. This is awful. 40%? Oof. I'll unjabronify myself, and we'll get some good foods coming in. So I got 3 there. I could take the 3 here. Do this for now. So if we're gonna do farming down here, I'm just gonna screw this. This place is desolate, barren. I mean, it will give me defensive capabilities, but that's not enough. Now we have a big area that we can build everything around here. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. We're gonna do our 3s. It's gonna be the start of something potentially beautiful. I don't know yet. But farming will be done over here in this nice green little area. 1.0 Farthest Frontier is supposed to be coming out sometime this year. We got a really good deer spawn, so we'll definitely get that guy going here momentarily. We got sand pit, a lot of glass. This is good early game economy for us. On the plains, you don't typically have, definitely do the salvage site. But on the plains, you don't typically have herbs or willow, which really sucks. But you make up for that with other things. Like wolves eating your people, I guess. I guess that's a bonus. Okay, now we have to make it. We're still in the early part of the year, so we're gonna let them get caught up and then get some wood, firewood. It's gonna be a glorious day for all involved. For these guys, they're sad. Got 1 house. You can all sleep on top of each other for all I care. Let's prioritize the well. I'm a little afraid they're gonna get parched here momentarily. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, he's going for the bush. Very good. And I think I'm going to deprioritize this rock. Need them to focus on cutting down all the trees. We're going to highlight just every tree around us. Make sure that they don't run out. Got some cool buttons now. We got overlays. I do like that there's different fertility for goats and chickens and stuff, but you notice this more in the arid highlands is what I saw. Desirability overlay, not bad. 8%. Water overlay. This is pretty neat. Yeah, it really helps you kind of map out where you want to do your housing. So this whole area here is perfect. And then, yeah, basic fertility. Probably one of the worst plains I've ever seen. Plains are supposed to be awesome. Alright, 1 more house. We got 45 firewood. Okay, that's enough firewood for me not to be too concerned. So I think we're gonna start hunting down them deer and get the smoker up. Now don't get the smoker too close to these gents. So this is a good distance. Perfect. And then, of course, we're going to want to start getting into storage. Feel pretty safe at 45 firewood. I'm going to place storage right here. We're going to move a lot of this stuff around later. Boom. Okay, everybody's in a house. We got a good amount of food coming in. I have reserve bushes over here. It's a beautiful world we've created. El Dorado. Such a unique name. So creative. I guess it beats anything related to Grovar. Alright. A little bit more food, a little bit more house. Perfect. We're going to let them get these last gents up. This is going to be good for us right here. Another hunter cabin. And then once we get the smoker up, we're going to be in tip-top shape. Need to cut down a little bit more trees. We got some decent trees. We're looking... Dead pine. A level 9 maple. Yield a 9. Yeah, right there. There we go. Good to prioritize trees, too, if you notice they're kind of lacking. Alright, I'm going to have them prioritize harvesting this bush. A couple bushes. We are running a little low on food. I can always just kind of... I'm afraid of the wolves. I'm afraid of the wolves. I'm going to maneuver him down here. Get those bushes. Gotta be a little careful about them wolves, though. Perfect. Got the smokehouse up. We don't have any fish, so I just put that to 0, to be honest. Doesn't get all weird on me. And the hunter will protect us from any wolves that come in. It doesn't look like we're close enough to salvage this site yet, but ooh, we can harvest the nuts by hand too. We can watch. I think that's why they want this game to go slow, so we can watch these really awesome things. We got a bit of firewood. I'm happy about that. I'm gonna pull the dude out of firewood to help out with all the other duties. We're gonna start getting a good amount of wood gathered. We do need to get one more house. A little bit of a risk here. We're going to do a block strategy. That will allow us to get a little bit more immigration coming in. I'm hoping this will be enough firewood. Alright, we're in business now. Once we get a little bit of meat in. Nice. 32 meat. Okay. I feel like we're going to be able to start getting some good food stores here. Ooh, that is a wolf. Pause the game real quick. We have a wolf. A wolf approaching from the south. There must be a camp down here. I need to kill him. We cannot lose anybody right now. And we can eat his delicious meat. The circle of life. Alright. Doing it. Okay, I'm going to put the woodcutter back to business now. We have a good chunk of wood coming in from just clearing this area. Another thing that people used to do, which I could start doing, is using the farming tool to kind of like it supercharges them to prioritize that area. All right, we're going to like this, I think, for now. A good one. Got 4 mutts. Yeah, they work well together, the forager and the hunter cabin. Doing the Lord's work. There we go. Keeping the wolves at bay. Almost got another house up, but boom. Perfect. That's great. All right. So, yeah, this is going to be essentially like this. I'm going to get the next house up. And then we're going to run the roads. And 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have a 4-tile gap right here where the markets and things can go. I might have to put a sand mine here. I'm a little scared because it might have negative potential. But you know what? Money is good. I think what we'll do is we'll carry a road like so. We need to now go into storage. We already have a stockyard. So we need to get the storehouse. What's cool about building in the middle of the woods like this is everything flows together real nice. We need 30 freaking wood for this thing. Well, we got 83 firewood. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna put a whole wall and tower area around this. They changed it so everything has an insane radius, so you can get away with putting things pretty much anywhere. Like, you can put a freaking shrine over here and it's going to hit all these buildings. You have a lot more give in your designs now. It almost doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, we're doing fantastic. I don't know if that man is still looking for those invisible melons, but very curious. He gave up on his dreams. Don't ever give up on your dreams. If people say you're crazy for looking for invisible melons, don't let them deter you. He's a broken man now. That's what society does to people. Okay, we got a good thing going on. Yeah, we got a good thing going on with firewood. We could probably cap firewood at, like, buy, sell. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna cap firewood at 3 and 350 for now. Alright, we got 28. Alright, we got all the wood for our storage. People are not freezing to death, so I'm feeling pretty proud of myself. And it doesn't matter which way the house is faced, but just so I don't go crazy. So yeah, we're going to try this 3 style out. Now, the reason that the 3 style works is that the small shrubs and the small gardens hit everything. So this, if I put a small garden here, it hits this house. It's better here, but you get something out of everything. So you can do all of this and then place a flower urn in the middle, and it's a pretty cheap way to get your desirability up real fast. This style I was playing around with 8 months ago. It also looks kind of neat, and it's got that factor going for it. But yes, we're farthest frontiering. 1.0 has like something like over 100 technology trees for Farthest Frontier. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that changes the game. But oh boy. Oh boy. The game really does start picking up here once you get to, you know, certain points, but this is not one of them points. All right. We got a 9 wood on that maple tree. That should help us get this all up. Perfect. Marketplace is going to go here eventually. I'm going to keep the marketplace up here in the early stages for El Dorado to help defend it. But yeah, you could also put a shrine or a small garden and lots of other ways to do it. You don't need that much though. Desirability, it depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah, you can use the garden trail, but you get a little bit more out of the small garden because the garden trail just gives 3, whereas this small garden here gives 2, this gives 1, and this gives 1. So you get 4. You get +4, and then you can upgrade each of those and have more. So personally, the small garden still beats the garden trail and all that jazz. The shrubbery you can't upgrade, and it doesn't have the same thing. Small gardens have always been OP. They've always been broken in a lot of ways. Okay. We got a little bit of food going on here, but not enough. We're in good shape. We have 12 of 28. Realistically, the next goal would be to get into farming. So we're going to do 12 by 24s. So this will be a first 12 by 24 with a 65% fertility. Not good enough. We want 70 at least. 12 by 24 with the 65, not good enough. 90%, there we go. Now you're speaking my language. 23, 23, okay. So can I get away with that here? 90% there. 90% there. 73, okay. So this is it. This is where we hit it. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do is it's not bad, it's 75 for our first one, and then we'll expand it 6 tiles at a time until it's a 12 by 24. And we're gonna put a fence around it. I don't want the deer eating all my food. All right, we got 6 more people, perfect. This is when you have to start thinking about the future and you want to get your crops in. This isn't bad. This is a pretty good distance. And it gives us enough room for another housing. And we can even do a line in between the housing if we want to future-proof. To give ourselves a little bit more decoration room. And that's, I mean, you can make the argument. I want something that can hit that guy there. Let's take a peek. Let's take a gander, if we shall. Nope. So none of those gents hit the furthest house. I think, though, other things will. But the flag, I think I could put it in a couple of weird spots. It will hit. We'll have to look at that later. Oh no, my eggs! The bird's nest. Oh, nearby chopped trees lowered the bird's eggs. Well, that's okay. We don't like those birds anyway. I'm gonna probably send them over here to do nuts, and we got another deer sighting anyway, so we'll be okay. Just another reason though that we do need to get the farm up, or people, you know, they'll die, and dying is not cool. Okay, let's focus on these nuts over here. Passive nuts collection. We have the deer here. He's doing a okay enough job. We're making enough of these too. We're just like barely making it though, so the farm is pretty much critical at this stage. Yep, tannery. Alright, so we need to start focusing on getting a saw pit up and getting our market up. And that's going to be huge. Early game, we can make our own trees if we have to, which is really viable. I can literally throw a tree down and get 4 wood, or I can let it grow into about 5 or 6. It's pretty darn useful when you start running out of trees. We need to get a forester. We need to get trade up. We need to start moving some of the stuff around. So let's just do it now. But we don't have to go crazy. We just need 3 tiles around the main base. So we're just going to casually move some of this stuff around like so. This gent, I'm going to send him kind of deeper into the woods for storage. And we do not want any food items stored in the storehouse. They will perish. To definitely get early game food storage up now to help it live a little bit longer. We have our farm over here. So I'm going to place this right here for now. Can always move it. Let's get ourselves a little bit more rock. Kind of cool. Ooh, too close to the wolves. Kind of cool about this spot though is we have an enormous amount of rock up here, along with coal and other things for late game production. We can make that distance work, hopefully, unless they kind of screwed up pathfinding. But I think we'll be okay. Get the saw pit up. Well, they're taking forever now. Just to spite me, I believe. Max of 32. This is a good spot to kind of like sit. It's a really good spot to sit. But we have enough to do a pretty easy housing area. It's gonna be easy to wall, defend. See what we got going on here. Yep. We're only gonna need 3 farmers, not 4. That held true in my last video, so I think we're still good. Alright, 2 people on the saw pit seems pretty appropriate. Not bringing in enough meat. They nerfed the hunters pretty bad. And we need to get these guys over here on the nuts and the eggs. Okay. Decent. Got a little green down there. Gotta get this farm up as soon as possible. Just even a little bit of beans coming in is going to be monumental to survival. Allow us to expand. We might even get another farm field up if I'm feeling that, you know, it could make sense to do some rapid expansion, but we don't even have defenses up. So main thing holding me back right now is going to be wood. Yeah, Farthest Frontier is great. It's the pacing of it is interesting, and I'm curious to see how the tech tree will impact pacing in the future. So it's really close to release though. I do know that. Sounds like I don't know if there's really there's not that much more they have to work on right now. Alright, we're in a drought. That's never good. So I'm gonna do a little preemptive hunting. Sometimes manually controlling your hunter is very advantageous. I'm gonna kill 2 Bambis. That should get us some good food coming in. I kind of hate the fact that you can tell that he's not doing a good job. Because if you come and control him, you can go out and get quite a bit of food. I find that slightly tedious. So the next step is going to be getting the market up. We need 50. So if I place it here, that's great. We need to be able to defend this zone. So I'm going to place it, the walls are going to go like such. I'm going to place it here for now, so it's within range of defense, and then we'll move it into position once I have proper infrastructure. But we're not there. You want to keep it close so that you can defend it in an attack, because they will try to burn it down. Yeah, I like to keep a little bit of firewood. My production limit right now is 250 to 3 to 350. I always like to have a little bit more than I need. And we'll crank that bad boy up as we get more housing. We're at 18 to 32 pop. The money's going to start coming in. That'll be a good thing. I have a lot of logs, so we're going to pump this up real quick. Take a gander at our village. Got 4 laborers, 1 person building. Yep. Let's get this market stall up, get that money rolling in. Look at that. All right, putting this down to 3. So this is a thing I do all the time. This helps get rid of the weeds and rockiness. Clovers help increase fertility, also suppress weeds. And then I do peas. So while the land is being improved, I'm still able to get a little bit of food out of it. This is a really good early game setup. So we're going to get a little bit of food out of this right now. And that's going to help us bring in more it's going to increase our immigration. So we got the money coming in. And with the money comes the ability to buy trees if we need to. So even though we don't have a whole lot, we can get our own lumber. I don't think we're going to have to do that though. Right now I think food and people are the 2 resources we really need. We were able to get 0 peas, so that's cool. That's cool. Alright, we're in good shape. Yeah, we need to pull back on boards to 2. Nice. There we go, 7 people. Now we're in business. Now we need to feed those 7 people. Okay. I'm gonna get another hunter camp over here. Perfect. Will give us another little bit of protection. Yeah, the eggs are gone now. That's all right. I think I'm gonna move the forager. We got a bunch of eggs and we've got nuts and things over here. I'm gonna move this right over here. I think this is a good spot for it. Get it kind of out of the way. We're running out of food. All right. So whenever I see this, I just take my gent out to go kill. That's what's kind of annoying about the hunter, is there are plenty of deer to kill, and he's just in there watching Netflix or some shit. I don't know how good his Wi-Fi is here, but I don't know what he's doing in there. It's just... whole village is starving. Yeah, I love it when you get that first wave, because that's the big step. That's when you start really getting the food going. 25 out of 36. Perfect. Yeah. We just need a little bit more boards, more people. Hit the tier 2. That's when the magic really starts happening. Place them like so. Yeah, these hunters are really letting me down. Check him out. He's seeking shelter. Quit being a jerk, man. These people are hungry. I think he has... yeah, he has 1 corpse. 160. Okay. I'm worried about people starving to death because this selfish man. Alright, we're good. We got 9. That's 8 there. 9th there. Cool. That's a good chunk of change. Every house gives you +1. Upgrade the market. Every house gives you +2. So more houses are, funny enough, better in the early stages of the game for money. I would almost argue that they're better than the upgraded counterparts, because the upgraded counterparts don't bring in that much tax. They heavily nerfed a lot of the tier 4 and 5 tax. Here we go. Okay, we're in good shape again. We got a good chunk of wood. I think I'm going to build one more house. Perfect. We have almost 60. I'm going to put one more individual into the saw pit. Praying we get some peas this year. We might have to harvest the nuts by hand. We can definitely try. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to put a bunch of people on salvaging over here. I don't know what we'll get, but we might get some resources or food that are pretty important. Alright, we got the hunter. Hunter who does not hunt. Okay, he's butchering meat. Very good. Let's see what we get over here. Alright, cool. We got a bunch of people. We got a camp. Not good. I'm going to keep the forager away from all that. We're going to keep the forager down in here. Okay. Yeah, that's a little close, isn't it? Here we go. Got that berry bush. That should be a good chunk of food right there. Ooh, look at that. Clothing, a bow, arrows, some money. I'll take the money. Some firewood. Not crazy good, but, you know, it's better than nothing. Yeah, we're doing terrible. So, let's see. How many free people do I have? 12. We're going to get up the secondary farm. I don't want to stop this farm from going, so I think that this farm will do good. Yeah, 90%. So we're going to do another 6x12 right here. Actually, hold up. See if I can get a road in between them, because I like having the roads. Oof. If I go just down one tile, I lose all that fertility. So that's a nope. That's a nope. Okay. Yeah. We get 7. Oof. Did not go the way I wanted it to. Went down to 60. Okay. That was still better than nothing. 6x12 it is. That's fine. This guy in a union or something? What's going on? Like, whole village is starving. Yeah, they need to fix this stuff. I get that they don't want hunters to be OP, but they don't need a 14-hour break every day. We got the max 40 there. We're stacking our coins. Getting ready for some pretty good stuff here. I'm going to relocate this over here. We're going to start getting early game defenses up here in a second. We hit tier 2. Alright, 30 people and we're good to go to tier 2. We're going to need to start looking at other food supplies if these people don't get their act together. We have 57 stone. Well, now we're just kind of in a little waiting game here. I was thinking about Stranded Alien Dawn. I was like, where are my lightning rods? Every time I see lightning, get PTSD of all the all the brain damage that I did to those people. But yeah, I'm excited about Stranded Alien Dawn potentially getting some new DLC. So that will be really cool if they revitalize Stranded Alien Dawn and make it into the 3D rim world that I know it could be. Be a big game. The game I actually really enjoy playing, so that's the most exciting part, is knowing that a game you like. I think that game, I think honestly Stranded Alien Dawn could be as big or bigger than RimWorld in a lot of respect. Okay, let's get the road system around there. Perfect. All right. Got the bonus from storage. We have no food to store. We're getting the farms up. Ooh, we're gonna harvest these by hand. Harvest these berries by hand. Gotta look out for the wolves. I'm gonna stay away from these bushes over here. These are prioritized. Are not prioritized. Cool. So we should get a little food from that. This gen over here is not getting these bushes. I feel like we're going to have enough people doing nothing here soon. I need to get a Fletcher up next so that we don't run out of arrows. I wonder... Yep. Let's do that. Get the Fletcher up over here. We don't need the poop guy yet. The tannery would be wise to increase the HP of our soldiers. Put a tannery right here. And I'm going to place a cobbler. Cobbler can go really anywhere. Cobbler right here. We're going to get this all organized at some point. Right now I'm just trying to get early game defenses going. Everything's flowing. Again, this guy is on the longest bathroom break ever. Shelter
Need
stocking.
anything?
Maybe a good idea for me to bump this up to 2. We can't afford people having to stock their own shelters all the time. We're going to do that. I think that's a good move. Alright, sweet. We're going to have a lot more people doing professional work here. I'm going to move the hunter cabin up here. The deer spawn kind of moved, but... Oh, gosh. Oh, no! I moved my deer spawn all the way over there. Great. I didn't know you could do that, actually. They are migrating. Usually... Okay, cool. We can move the deer spawn that way. I know it moved when you put buildings near it, but it's pretty sweet. Got deer right next to us now. Food. Alright, we're about to get the second farm up. We're going to get some beans this year. I can feel it. Those beans are going to last 18 months. As of my... I made a whole spoilage guide a long time ago. And, yeah, beans last around 18 months. And that's before all the bonuses from storage, so... We'll see if they nerf that, or if they change anything there. Possible that they will. Planting them beans. So 420 is the max plant. I think we're going to go way above that, potentially. Nope. Capped it out. Cool. Roll of fertility is only 59%, so I'm hoping we can get some of that beans. Got 1 month worth of food. You know, things are hard for us right now. Especially with... I don't know who this man's name is. But
Hello there.
The hunters don't even want to work anymore. The hunters are on strike. 2 big old things right there. Something really weird going on in the game. I really think that they might be a little broken. I mean, he's passively getting like maybe 1 or 2 kills, which is cool. And the forager, well, he's waiting for the right seasonality. And that's okay. Can't win them all. Might need to go for the forbidden berries. Might have to kill some wolves. Alright, cool. We can bump this down to 3. Same concept. Get the lands right. Get a little bit of beans for our people. Have our cake and eat it too set up, basically. Getting rid of the rockiness and the weed levels. Alright. They're doing great. And they work in tandem. So I've explained this a lot. You want to, use these guys. Ooh. There's another deer spawn over here. So what we're going to need to do is get a hunter cabin up over here to deal with these deer. I am going to recruit this gentleman to come down here and take care of this problem. We will eventually get this all fenced in as well. Not today, of course, but eventually. Oh yeah. We got a lot of food now. There we go. That's what you get. And like I said, we'll get a hunter up to kind of keep them at bay. And be glorious. Alright. I don't want to do anything that costs money right now. I'm just kind of piling up my gold coins. We got plenty of people out and about trying to tear down stuff. Get some stone. Nice, infinite iron right there. I didn't even know that was there. We're critically low on firewood. We are not critically low on firewood, my friend. We are very, very much not. Okay, we just need a couple more people. Food is what's keeping us from going to the next tier. Alright, look at that. We're harvesting very slowly. Did they try to nerf me? Look at that. Look how slow they are. Okay. They'll work together. What I like to do is alternate the fields so that they're all yielding at different times. It allows me to get away with like way fewer workers. So, okay. Why are you shelter stocking? Why? Your shelter is not all the way up there, lady. Shelter's down here. Did I put a shelter up there? What's going on? There's that. There's a forager. There's another guy there. Okay. We're gonna kill as many of these deer as possible. I need to make sure that the wildlife population doesn't get out of hand here. Alright. I think Bambi learned its lesson. Don't steal my beans. We got 261 so far. Alright. We got... Ooh, look at all them beans, though. Almost a year's worth of food. We're in business now. That's going to pull on a lot of peeps. Get another house up. We'll get 2 more houses up. And let's look at getting another well up. Keep the wells kind of on the back side here. Green. Perfect. Okay. We got a blizzard coming in. I'm alright with that. They harvested the whole darn thing. And I don't think the animals ate that much. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We'll have to see if they try to nerf me again. They're always trying to nerf me. Yeah, people come from around the world for my beans. Let's go. Let's go to El Dorado. It has beans. But yeah. I guess people got tired of awesome, you know, meat and fish and foraged veggies and fresh food. They're like, no. El Dorado beans. Perfect. Okay, we're in good shape now. I feel like we're gonna hit that tier 2 any moment. Oh, blizzard's crazy. Glad I figured out my graphical issue, though, was that my power supply didn't have the right a 600 watt adapter for my 4090 overclock. So I have a new power supply, and so I haven't had any crashes since then. Hoping that this 4090 can last me a bit. I don't foresee having being able to buy another computer for a bit. All right, tier 2, here we come. Upgrade time. Let's go input some prioritization. Yes, we have the beans. El Dorado. Year 3. Pretty darn cold. We got plenty of firewood. I don't know why it was saying earlier we didn't. I'm going to keep 3 people in the saw pit. We've finally got the basic operations. 2 people in the tan. We got a Fletcher. And we need to increase arrow production. And we got a cobbler. So we can keep everybody in shoes. Very good. 7 months worth of food. Once this hits up to tier 2, I think the blizzard's messing everything up for me right now. Alright. I'm going to take manual control. We're going to go on a little hunting spree. The deer are just starting to really build up. Moving around too much. There we go. I was hoping he would take the hides back. Yeah, we got our little Air Jordan shop here. Alright, there we go. So we're going to have a good influx of beans right there. Tier 2 achieved. Woo. Alright, well this does actually change the game for us. We can go into an enormous amount of resources. So we need to get wagons if we're going to get any of the camps up, which is really where we want to head with a lot of this. So I'm going to get a wagon shop up right here. And then the second thing I want to get up is a trade. Well, we can get schools up. Yeah, trade post. Mostly worried about that. Now, I think I'm going to place the trade post. That leaves me a little bit more room. I've been kind of putting the warehouse, like, I like this little storage depot because it fits really neat inside the area here. Yeah, so, I mean, we could just put another one of these gents in here, which is probably wise, but I like to defend this whole thing. We want all of this defended. And that's perfect. So we can have ourselves a little road through here. Help with the traders and a road there, but there's walls all around this bad boy and it's going to be very defensible. See, we have a palisade wall, so wall there, wall there, wall piece there, wall piece there, wall piece there, wall piece there. And there we got it. We'll be able to wall this whole darn thing in. Yep, villagers move faster on roads, and they move even faster on stone roads. You can kind of walk through this whole area, so you don't need a full road here. I'm going to keep this as thin as possible to increase the defensiveness of it. I don't even really use this thing. I know people wanted it. It is nice to have. It looks nice. I don't really use it, though. We got a lot going on. Wood is going to be definitely the next thing to focus on. We have not enough laborers. I believe what I'm going to do at this point is start pulling out of the saw pit. Help with wood collection. We got a good thing going on here, though. Eventually, we're going to be attacked by raiders. Been a bit. Been a minute. The food situation, I think, is really good. We may even... I think I'll keep the firewood splitter going. Happens is, if I take the firewood splitter, I forget all about him. And then everybody dies. Again. Perfect bird's nest. Oh, man. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when they fully incorporate mod support. Because that's going to be crazy. We're going to be able to do things in this game at a much larger scale. I like the terraforming mod the most of all. I mean, you could take this and build whatever you want. Okay, so the raiders are finally approaching. So what we're going to do is kind of gather all of our basic units that can actually fight around the main hall. And we're going to try to kill as many people as possible. We got a hunter. Hunter 2. Using hunters as your early game army is really, really neat. They're a little finicky. There's the third hunter. You can tell because they got the cool little shoulder pads. Alright. So what do we got coming at us? Should be coming through the bushes here any moment now. Looks like just a basic unit of jerks. Yeah, we can take this real easy. This is actually kind of a joke. I don't even need to have my archers group. I'm primarily just grouping them to pull aggro if necessary, but we want aggro to first hit the main tower, and then you pull your units in to clean out anything else. Here they come. They're scaring my deer. Okay. Yeah, they're going to come straight for the goodies. Alright. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, we're going to do a little ring around the rosy here. Alright, kill him. Alright, we got this on lockdown now. Boot this up. Boom. Everybody dead. Perfect. That was a beautiful day right there. Get everybody back to work. That's kind of neat. They added the little victory in tier 2 thing. I don't remember that being in the previous versions. Or if it was there, I just completely ignored it. Alright, we got some stone. Got some more stone. Yeah. Anywhere where there's not wolves, perfect. And we're building up quite a bit of money, and that's a beautiful thing. And I'm going to prioritize this tree. All right. Okay. We did well there. I'm going to put one person back in the saw pit even though I don't have enough. Got 3 more villagers that came, 2 that were born. Hunter's going to hunt. Hopefully, one day. Oh, that deer spawn just keeps kind of moving. Yeah, as I build more out, the deer are going to move a little bit further away. I'm going to do a little preemptive. Holy good God, that is a lot of deer. We got to kill as many of these Bambis as possible so that they don't eat my beans. I never thought I would commit deer genocide to protect my beans, but that's where I am in life right now. You think Bambi was a bad movie? They need to remake Bambi with me. A bean tycoon. Just protecting his bean fields. Oh my god. That'd be so much cooler story. Alright, we got it going on. Alright, the Fletcher's doing a fantastic job keeping that arrow production up. At the basic defenses. Good to have defenses up too, because it does protect us from wolves and things like that. We have to summon everybody into here. The hunters are doing that job. Alright, cool. We have 2 storehouses, so we can build our industry now around this area, have our industry be protected, have access to all these resources up here. This will be a fairly decent setup. Also protect the trade post where all our gold is stored. Everybody's loving it. The next step, now that we have the wagon man, is to finally, this is the most important step, get the work camp. Once we get the trade post up, we can upgrade this and get our own forester. See, the fertility here is 59%. Worst fertility ever. Ooh, we went over 50% fertility if we want to get the good trees. That's kind of surprising. There's really good fertility right here. It's really surprising. But the wolves will come in and start eating our people. This is a good spot outside of the tower being right there and hurting everybody. 56, 70%. Ooh, this is some of the worst fertility ever. Okay. So, this really is it right here. This is, yeah, let's try to keep the 60. Okay, this is perfect. A little bit far away enough. Perfect distance from everything. It's a beautiful fertility place. We're gonna do a sideways road. We're gonna do a slanty here we go. There we go. Get ourselves a road to it, make it faster. Yeah. Stop TactiCat from committing deer genocide. Poor Bambi. Bambi 2. The Wrath of TactiCat. Okay, we got some trade coming in. Let's see what we can get over here. Now, we got a lot of hide. I'm gonna probably sell most of this. Shoes, I rather make $3 than let my people have shoes. So yeah, we'll do that too. Nothing else really sells. So those are the 2 items that I think we can get some coins for. Get that going pretty quick there. Hit the village professions. We have 8 laborers. That's very beautiful. 6 farmers. Perfect, perfect. Ooh, fancy. Okay. So they would like to purchase pretty much all the things that I do not have. That sucks. That really sucks. We need clay and iron ingots. They want top dollar for each. These are crude weapons. Enough gold stocked? Oh, yeah. These crude weapons are worth a lot to us. So I could sell 1 shirt. No, it's not buy or sell. Okay. Town storage, your inventory. Yeah, I have to transfer it in. Okay, I gotcha. I try to buy these clubs because they really help. They really help out. Just even 4 clubs will help my fighters take on predators because there's not enough swords. Otherwise, you know, they're going out there. Oh, geez, Louise. No. 2 of them? Oh, man. That guy didn't have a chance, man. He just got wrecked. Alright, well, I got 2 ferocious bears who are going to make my life a living hell. So I need to get a defensive position here, ideally. But it seems like I need to protect this area, especially if I'm going to be using it for forestry. Let's put a lookout tower right here. We need to cut down some more trees. I'm just gonna let those bears do whatever they need to do and get out of here, man. Oh, yep. All right, the bear got scared, thankfully. Those darn bears, man. They're jerks. I probably should start walling this off, too. Wood is becoming quite an issue. So, let's get some more laborers. Typically, when I'm in this situation where I don't have enough wood for anything, I just start pulling people out. Firewood, dying. Work camp, I'm going to keep full speed. Forager, grocer, hunter, smoker, need, cobbler, fletcher. Don't need tanning. Need the people moving goods. But yeah, let's just get everybody out and about. I'm trying to get as much as possible. But yeah, having clubs on your warriors is really going to help you out. Makes them a lot tankier. They already have armor. They have the hide armor. We need just a few more wood, and we'll have a tower over here. Perfect. I should definitely get a wall around it. Oh god, I forgot you can go sideways now. Gotta tab twice. And they got long gates too. There we go. Yeah, you can do angled corners now. These little walls, I don't know. Oh, that's just the foundation. Those are just placeholders to show me where I'm going with stuff. Perfect. Alright. So now we have a lookout tower around this area. The bears are coming in and trying to steal my food. So I gotta kill them all. The bears are evil. I am most definitely the good witch or some weird stuff like that. Alright, we got 351 beans there and 298. Got a ton of beans coming in now. That's great. Yeah, we're gonna wall this whole thing in a little bit. I just need more wood. I just like to place placeholders so that I don't accidentally build in a weird spot that I'm not supposed to. I could have saved a lot of people's lives could have been saved by this lookout tower. They're expensive though. I don't like a lot of money. All right, what do we got? We trade anything yet? Nope. Okay. So all the things that they want are pretty darn expensive. They want gold and beer and candles, and I don't have any of that. I guess I could start getting apiaries up. We don't have a whole lot of boards. We got to get everyone back into production here pretty soon. But yeah, we got a whole field of people. We got the work camp. I'm just going to leave it as a 1-to-1 ratio for now. Hopefully this will speed things up. Let's put 4 people and let's get everybody back to work. We don't need any laborers if we got 4 people out there. And the wagon will come and pick up the wood from this location. That would be better use of time. Perfect. Okay. And then the cobbler here. I'm going to move the cobbler. Cobbler is actually okay. I'm going to move him right here. And I can get a road. Get more roads. We got ourselves a little bit of a dump, but we're going to make this place nice. We have enough resources right now. Nice. 3 new villagers immigrated. 4 new villagers being born. It's a beautiful day. Perfect. Oof. They want a skull. They want to read. Freaking communists, man. We don't have any clay. Clay is really, really rare in the plains as a role. Typically never get it. We'll have to purchase it. They probably want a little bit of Jesus here too. Frontier Jesus usually makes them happy. What did he die from? Oh, illness? Yeah. Dude, this place is cursed. This hunter cabin. One man was mauled by a deer. Sorry, not a deer, but a bear. Another dude died from a mysterious illness. Cursed. The cursed cabin. Alright. The work camp's doing okay. Yeah, the forager's doing alright. Brought in a lot of nuts and berries last year. That's not bad. 160 food. About on par. About on par with farming. When it's up and running at full speed. We need another gent here. We're gonna get wood in here real fast. I think I'm gonna have to do something I hate to do, and not really. Let's just start prioritizing the big dogs. Go. Everybody's seeking shelter right now, which is really annoying.
Will do.
Yeah. How did he get a basket? Nice. I need to buy more baskets. Almost got that gent up. But yeah, we gotta protect the market stalls and these houses. I feel like the bears are gonna come back. They like this area. It's easy pickings. There's a lot of food. You know, I got berries and meat and water, and the bears want that. The bears are bullies. There's boar spawns over here though too. I want to kill the wolf dens and then get the boar spawns. That's where all the pelts are. A lot of stone up here. It's really good. All right, year 5. Now, if we get a tier 2 forester, we have a wood empire, and then things really start coming along for us. Perfect. On our cabin. Perfect. Yeah, things are good. No one froze to death on this start. That was nice. Whoa, herbs. Herbs are so rare. We got herbs. We got herbs. Okay. We're going to have to kill that guy for sure. We do farming right there? That seems like a pretty... Yeah, this is all good farm. We could do orchards down here probably. We could probably get away with a farm. We want to keep our farms as close together as possible, so... There's a lot of good farmland around here. Ooh, this is pretty darn nice area. This whole area over here is barren, which is kind of interesting. Alright, we got it going on. Finally got some wood coming in. We have this whole area right here defended. Oh yeah, we gotta bury the dead. How do I always forget that? I think this is a good spot for burying the dead. A little graveyard out in the middle of nowhere. I don't want to give too much of my stone away. We're going to prioritize harvesting a bit more. 43 out of 48 people. I guess we're in the zone. Get another. And then I could probably put the marketplace down here. I want to get more walls. We need to get clay bricks and iron ingots. And then I can upgrade the work camp over here. They're doing a good job. But it'll do better here soon. But it's nice having the work camp because you'll just come pick everything up in the ox cart or the stone right now. And they don't have to lug it all back to base. Building is on fire. Probably should get a well over here. My tannery. A well up. Alright, let's see. Not buying anything I have. He's a mean man. If I want to go to tier 2 housing, I'm going to need these herbs. I could purchase them now. I could purchase this clay to get the school. I think getting the school is a slight priority. Oh, we were so close. Let's transfer everything we got to here. Let's get 30 clay. I guess, yeah, I guess getting a school up would be pretty cool. Anything to give us a boost? Oh, they want... Oh, no, no, no. But they want top dollar for clay. I refuse. I refuse to pay those outrageous prices. We also are going to have a shit problem here soon. So, I think... Oh, dude, look at that. That is sweet. With the poo right there. Right next to all this stuff. Easy access in and out. Alright. We're in trouble. We need more people. Yeah. We have no laborers. The work camp, I mean, they're doing a good job. I'm gonna put it all to wood cutting for now. They're too focused on the stone. Yeah, tier 2 forager for herbs. That's a good idea. I'm gonna try to get the herbs over here, but we may not be able to. This is a sweet spot for a dude because we got nuts and all that. I just need to clear this camp. This is a 2-tower camp, so that's not easy to get rid of. All right, once the poo fairy comes, everyone will be happy. No one asks any questions about where the poo goes. Oh god. Well, I guess that, yeah, when you throw it outside your window, I guess you don't care where it goes. We're turning into a third world country real fast here. Hopefully, this will get up here momentarily. Alright. Any of these traders want to buy my wares? Have wares for sale. Oh, no. Alright, we're almost there. Prioritization. A lot of gold. I'm gonna make a lot of money from that. There's a lot of resources in this area. We're doing pretty darn well. We got iron over here too. I think there's a wolf den down here somewhere. Yeah, 2 more people. We're not getting people fast enough. We need to kind of let it catch up. Cool. Now we'll get rid of the fecal issue and we'll be able to get our fertilities up. Weed levels are still pretty high, but we're getting close. Fertilities are going up. Yields are going to go up with it. So as this improves, we have more food, which helps with our increasing population. We're at a pretty good equilibrium right now. But we need more things. We need a break. We need someone who wants to buy all my coats and my boots. No one ever will buy tallow. We could start working on upgrading houses if we were so inclined. I'm not there yet. Whoa, dude, they just killed a wolf. Wolf went wild in this area. So far, the bears have not come back. Oh, they're there. Freaking yogis out there, man. I feel like I should... Alright, we're gonna bait this bear. This brave man. Bait the bear back into the defenses. There we go. Oh. I think we should try to kill this bear. Either I kill the bear or he mauls freaking Billy while he's, you know, trying to get wood. Well, we scared the bear away. Yeah, that bear took off, man. Alright, we got more deer spawns out here. We got deer out the wazoo. Problem is they just don't hunt. Perfect. Alright, we got a lot of wood. Look at that. 57 wood last year. That's beautiful. Now, we're starting to get kind of ahead of ourselves. We really need to focus on the defenses. If you expand your population too quickly, you're going to get wrecked. They are going to come with a force that you are not prepared for. So we need to get all this up. Probably get a little bit more money coming in and work on the defenses first before expanding our population. Get yourself to a good point where you're doing the basics. Or, you know, we're making shoes, we're making hide jackets. We got some more people coming in. We do have a critical shortage. Our food stores are very, very decent right now, and they're only going to continue to get better and better. So we're going to be all right. Eventually, I'm going to start doing beans. We're at a 17 weed level and a 40% weed level. So if we want fertility gains to go up a little bit fast, I say we keep what we're doing for now, but we're going to switch to beans here momentarily. Okay. So we've got a good thing going, though. Things are definitely... Oof. We lost some beans there. But we just need one good trade. And let's take a gander. We've got... If we can kill this camp, we can get some herbs. Or if we can get a tier 2 forager, we can also get herbs that way, is what I'm being told. So we got our forager right here inside with the forester area. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. No, we're chilling right now. But we're eventually going to run out of food. Nah, maybe not food. We're going to run out of wood here soon. Probably would be wise to kill some of these wolf spawns so that we can start really farming these boars. The boars would be massive, massive economic gain for us right now. But we got a good thing going. I guess we're going to have to start spending some money. We got one person who's sick. We had one villager born. I'm not very, very happy with that, to be honest. We have 14 kids. 15. Almost a little under a third of our population cannot work right now. So we'll have to work on that for sure. I'm glad, though, that the food situation has remedied itself. So we got to figure out how am I going to get a little bit more wood. Realistically, I need about 6 more heavy hitters right now. So we're going to do one more house. Just one. I'll put it here for now. One more house. We just need to get a good influx of people to help us cut down wood. And then we can get the defenses up. And then once the defenses are up, I can go to the next stage of development. But we're not going to do anything until we get at least a couple, like 2 towers at least in this whole thing walled in. That'll be great. Might even put some towers down here in the design to give a little bit of a defense to the residential area. Alright, our hunters are doing an okay job. Seems to be running pretty smooth for now. We'll see what happens. I know that they've done a lot to help with the game performance, so that's very nice. Right. One of each. Eventually I want to pump those numbers up too. 520 smoked meat, not bad. Alright, we got 10 months worth of food. That's what you want to get those big waves of immigrants in. We almost purchased some clay, but it was overpriced clay. Got some sand over there. We got coal. We could start selling coal. How much coal do we have here? 4,600. That may be a smart way for us to get our economy rolling. Not a bad idea. Dude, we've got it going on. We got one excavation site there, one excavation site there. We got them everywhere, man. Pretty good. Villager has died. Illness. Yep. We have no herbs, so we're going to have a little bit of death from illness. I hope... No, I can't say that. I was going to say, I can't say who I hope it was. I will say I hope it was not someone who was working. I can't get demonetized on this video. Not today. Not today, intrusive thoughts. Oh, man. Yeah, you gotta be careful. It's really easy to say things that you shouldn't. Okay, so we could get a festival pull up. They do like to dance. It's a lot of money. I don't know if I like these people that much. That is a lot of money to invest into dancing around a pole. Look at the range, though. Ever since they did all that stuff, you can get away with having this stuff anywhere you want. It's so beautiful, to be honest. So, pole dancing classes will begin soon if I can get the money. I'm gonna make a proper worker out of you, Barth. Wow, what a name. Barth the grocer. Oh my god. You know, some days I think I have it bad, and then I remember you, Barth. I remember always remember Barth. Alright, we got 5 new villagers. That's great. We got 8 laborers. Perfection. Things are going dandy. Yes, we got rocks. Very good. things are looking up for us. I think we're running out of wood a little bit, so I'm going to push them down just a tad right over down here. And yeah, we only need 25 bricks and 15 iron. Now, upgrading the marketplace is also a huge thing that needs to be done. We'll get an additional 1 gold per house. However, when we do, we need to make sure we have 35 bricks to repair it. The bandits will target the marketplace. And if they destroy it and you can't get it back up, you have all these expenses and you can't pay people. And that generally makes people upset. So I don't like the way the mini map starts off upside down. It's weird. Oh yeah, we're doing great. All right, so 91 wood. This is going to be pretty darn expensive. So there are a few ways that we can do this. So we have the road going through the gated area. I don't know if I like that too much. So let's actually switch this. Sorry, berry bushes. Efficiency deems you unnecessary. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, let's just get rid of this whole road. In fact, I want to make sure that I can get all the towers up that I want in this area. Cool. Connect it proper. Kind of hard to see the road that I did. Right there. Perfect. Okay. Angled roads are very efficient when used properly. Perfection. Okay. So the goal now would be, do I want to get towers up or whatever I want to do? So that's 21 wood, 91. Let's just do a little bit at a time so that we have a little bit left over. But we need to get both layers of walls. And then I can get some towers down. We have 5 gold, so that's not enough. We're definitely going to need to upgrade the market stall and push populations out. So we'll have to do that here momentarily. Okay. I also think time to relocate the market stall to its proper location. Ooh, look at that. So, I like this spot. Yeah, we're gonna have something weird going on here, so let's do that. Let's move it down. Get these houses booted out. I'll probably move the tower around these parts. Oh yeah, getting that wood. Perfection. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. They added all this neat stuff. You can do angling now, so I don't remember that before. That definitely allows you to build things in a very unique way. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. Yeah, we can make Star Fort now. Alright. Cool. Got Bambi. A little bit of Bambi action right there. Let's get right inside. Eventually, though, we'll have this all walled in. And there's a really basic setup. You have the things that they go for and they attack the most behind the early game defenses. Also creates a centralized area for them to defend yourself. I'm going to build all of my industry around this to protect it. And then down here is going to be a little tricky. We'll have to use some wall pieces and such. Would have been smarter to have built the city up here. Way smarter. But we don't necessarily even need to do it. That's the funny thing. So we're not going to. We're going to sit down here and be pretty. Okay. On our cabin, 192. Alright, the meat's popping up. Ooh. Got ourselves some trade coming in. A little bit of a fire going on. And the raiders are approaching. Okay. So we got the tower here. Got our gents here. So, you know the drill.
Work to be done?
Get
as you say.
All the hunters out into a group of people.
Need anything?
This could be bad.
Need something?
I don't know yet. I don't know how many raiders are coming. It's actually a little random. As you can see, sometimes the deer will be triggered by towers. So, there's a lot of dead Bambis. My town has declared war on the deer. Alright, we got enemies coming from multiple directions. Once you have them highlighted, they can do whatever they want. Ooh, the bear! The bear is our savior. Okay, so the bear just took out the northern approach. But there's a lot of dead Bambies. I should let them get to work. Alright, here they come on the eastern front. It's just 3 of them. Okay, we're gonna be fine. A lot of dead Bambies, though. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Our hunters can actually take this. This is, we're gonna go for the archer, because the archer's gonna start shooting at our men. So, take out the archer first. Boom, boom. Okay, cool. Now they can't... Now we have range superiority. Take out these gents down here. Nice. That was an easy battle. Alright, let's speed this up to ×2. There we go. We killed them all. Well, the bear helped. The bear definitely was the MVP, most valuable player. We gotta give him a picnic basket or something. Alright, sweet. We sold some shoes. Now we have a little bit more shoes to sell. That gives us 705. Alright, so bricks are the big thing, and then I need iron. So we could go a lot of ways with this. We could just completely buy all bricks. I don't have enough. Oof. Okay. 47. Alright, let's transfer all the money that we have, except for 1 coin, into here. I could trade stone. I really don't want to do that. I could trade raw pelts. Right now, honestly, I want to get as much of this brick as possible. I think we should probably upgrade our market. It's gonna be a little expensive. We need a little bit of money. Oh yeah, we always got to use our bears. We're just gonna use all the bears to fight our battles. For sure. Okay. A little bit of action coming on over here soon. Villagers stricken with dehydration.
Work to be done?
What are you doing, man? Go drink water. Oh, why do I gotta tell these people to drink water, man? Cool, 154. All right, that puts us at 50. Okay, that's 47. Okay, we need one more. There we go. That will put us at 50. Pause. We got 166. If we're gonna upgrade, I think we should probably upgrade this market, because that's gonna give us passive money, which is going to help us buy more brick in the future. Another thing we should probably look at is what they're currently trying to buy. Like I was talking about going into coal. They're not really buying coal. They're buying mainly pelt-related products. Another reason why I really want to get into boars. Those lightning strikes are getting intense. Oof. Oh no, please don't die. Oh, that man just killed a freaking bear. That is badass. Okay. Yeah, we need 300 coins, and I think that that's probably the best thing for us to do, especially if I want to get towers going. I'm going to throw everything into the town square. So, once we get all the monies, we're going to be in good shape. Oof. We can upgrade the Fletcher, start making... Dude, that thing is burning down. I got a well up over there not too long ago. Alright. We got 100 wood. Look at us go. Alright. So now let's just get the rest of this up. I'm gonna do the thing that I always say I shouldn't do. So is there a gate here? What is going on? It looks so bad. There's something weird going on here, man. Unpathable terrain. Okay. Alright. Gate there. That is so ugly. Yeah, something went wrong here. It got all janky. Alright, so we need to unjank the walls. Very good. Just that one piece was messed up. There we go. Alright. This whole area will be sealed now, so the raiders can't just come in and grab all my monies. That's the big thing that happens is you start... I use my trade post as my early game gold storage. It's pretty darn useful. Let's make sure that they're not storing food in here. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. We have a little bit of monies to give back, so we need 70 more gold, and we can upgrade this market, or we could get a work camp up, get a tier 2, and get a forester going. But there's ways with money that you can get wood if you really, really need it. I feel like we're doing a pretty good job. Let's harvest this maple tree right there. 9 wood. All right. Yeah, once we get the early game defenses up, though, that's where it shines. And then we're getting another wall around it, and we're going to throw a lot of towers into it. It's going to be beautiful. I could get a festival pull-up. I could start trying to get these guys up to tier 2 shelter. We do not have herbs for upgrades. We'll have to buy those. So there's a lot of cost that will come into play. Cool. Tower's doing its job there, keeping the people safe from bears. I guess I could try to YOLO a bear into this, but the problem is I don't have a force that could take the towers out. And they got rid of what we were doing before with towers, where you were placing a tower outside the range and then destroying towers with towers. So they nerfed a lot of that cheesing. You actually have to properly take these things on now. Oh, thank you, Jesus. The Mormons have come. Yay! We're gonna put them to work. I don't know why. They always look Mormon to me. I don't know what's wrong with my brain, but they're coming. Joseph Smith has blessed us. This is Vanquisher. I only play Vanquisher. Otherwise, the game is too easy. Alright, come on. I have trees that need to be cut. 12 people. I normally don't take this, but I want to get the ball rolling, man. I want to get... Alright, so we don't want them to freeze to death, so let's get the 3 houses up. Alright, we got 30 wood for them. That's perfect. Does seem like 350 firewood right now is a really good spot for us. Alright, let's make sure nothing is full. They're all a little sad. I'd be sad too if I came here. I mean, you come here looking for a better future, and all I got is, like, cooked meat, beans, and some berries. This is a sad place. We're gonna get you some goats. Not for the meat, but mainly for the company. People need... They need therapy goats, they need therapy chickens. We'll get chickens, goats. Chickens are actually really, really good in this game. Early game food supply. You get eggs and all types of stuff. There we are. Perfect. Gray Mantle, you're surprised I know who Joseph Smith is? I have a sociology associate's degree, so you shouldn't be too surprised. I've taken numerous courses on religion. I know a lot. I've studied almost every major religion that there is. So, both just on my own time and academic. Boom, boom, boom. Here we are. In fact, the only religious building I have not been in is a temple. I have not been in a Mormon temple. I've been in freaking everything. I've even been to a Scientology church. I tried to get into... One of my friends I had a few Mormon friends growing up, and I tried to get them to get me into the temple, but they said I couldn't... Like, the only way I could get into the temple is if I went to a Mormon church and then became a Mormon, and then I could get into the Mormon temple. And I really wanted to do that, but just as an infiltration thing, just because, like, it was just a thing of mine to go to every single religious church at the time. And, yeah, that's still on my bucket list. They won't let me in. They won't let me in. Yeah, it's the only religious building I have not been able to get into, is the darn... those darn Mormon temples. But yeah, good times. Good times. Yeah, no, religion is fascinating. I've like I said, I've studied pretty much every religion. I've even been... Oh, I shouldn't say this. I've even been to the Church of Satan, and that's freaking weird. I was in California, so the Church of Satan is in California, or is in San Francisco. Yeah, that's edgelord territory right there. But yeah, that was a thing of mine when I was younger, was to go and study every religion and go to all the places of worship. It's pretty interesting. That was before I became that was before I became an accountant, and now my religion is money. The ultimate religion, efficiency. All right, 49 wood. The almighty dollar. All right, we got a little bit of wood up here. Oh, we got some wood over here. We got wolves. Gotta be careful. Yeah, it's religion is kind of a funny thing. It's also like it's a good thing, but it's also a really funny thing. There are a lot of nut jobs. There's a lot of nut jobs out there. I value religious teachings and religious philosophy, but I have found most people use religion as an excuse to be assholes. Or they use religion to justify things they believe in, more so than, you know, just being a good person. For most people, religion is like just a bunch of bullshit. It's just like something they're a part of so that they don't have to accept the fact that they're shitbags. A lot of mean people. Here we go. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, we've got our grids. But much like these people, we need to get them religion at some point. Religious values are very important. Spirituality is very important for humans. For all of us beings. Being in tune with, you know, positive energy is important. All right, we've got it going on. These people they're doing their jobs. Yeah, we need to get Frontier Jesus over here soon. It's a little expensive, and they're starting to get a little upset about the lack of food. But that should be improving. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to go to the next step. So the next step is simply moving from peas to full-on bean production. And what's stupid is you can get away with this for a long time. They have not patched this yet. Perfection. Okay, so remember what I talked about with staggering, right? So if I do this, I stagger the end period yield. That means all 6 will be working on one, and then they can come over. This is pretty beneficial. You could also stagger it in a much more efficient way like this. So this is pretty sweet. So we got beans ending here, beans ending here. It's pretty dope. We actually got a big chunk. Oof! Don't do that to me, sir. Got a big chunk of cash. We could buy. Ooh, we got 180 stone. Got some clubbies. And I don't want to buy the swords, but I do want to buy the swords. All right, cool. I think we're gonna pay for people to learn how to dance. So let's throw all our money in here. Throw in a big old bag, and let's start working on getting to tier 2 housing. We're gonna teach everybody how to dance. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Good to have multiple skill sets in life. It will make you... The world that we live in is so volatile that as long as you have 2 skill sets, you'll be good. My other skill set is YouTube. So I got hecka lucky. I got real lucky. I'm incredibly fortunate that people like watching me play video games. That is absolutely something to grateful for in my department. I will say it is pretty tough though. It's hard to create and come up with ideas all the time. It's pretty exhausting, in fact. All right, we're gonna get towers up. 2s and 2s, huh? Yeah, we're gonna do 2 gates. The gates have lower HP, and so they tend to attack the gates first. So we're going to get the gates up here. Perfect. And we can put towers in here. We need to start preparing for real combat. We've been on... Ooh, we're getting close to this thing up here. Over here. It's shooting my peeps. Okay. Yeah, things are getting hairy. Oh, things are getting hairy. Alright, we'll put it here for now. Let's see what we got going on. Okay. So, we've spent everything. The one we really need to buy right now... Ooh, those are good price on bricks. Is iron. But no one's selling iron quite yet. We got our market up. We do not have enough to replace it. If it goes down, I'm just going to have to build another one. I would have loved to not had to do that. But now you can see our monthly income has doubled. We have 18. We're getting 2 per house. So the more houses I build, I'm going to get 2 gold per month. Yeah, I could plant trees. Well, I will plant trees, but only if I need to. But yes, it's good to show people that you can plant an emergency forest per se. So let's plant an emergency forest. It's a little expensive, but when you're in a bind, having a good chunk of wood is worth it. So yeah, emergency forest. But that's the important thing about getting that passive money going real strong. It's probably one of the best things. Now we can work towards getting our forester up. Okay, we're going to get another tower up right here. Right here. Got to get the defense up. And we're running out of trees. Now we can move this work camp. You don't have to leave it here. You can actually just relocate the whole building. This is wise because we have the wagon that will come. So we got this area down here. I think just for now, we're going to move it. And, you know, we'll take care of... We'll bring this back later. This will also help because we're triggering a lot of attacks. So, like I said, you can see that the gate HP is 650 and the wall HP is 800. The AI tends to pathfind for gates. It's really weird. And sometimes I like the double wall. I mean, like, logistically I like the double wall, but it looks terrible. And people get really upset when I double wall. So, I've tried to incorporate normal looking walls like this. This is like a fancy double wall, right? The fancier double wall. Yeah, we got a little bit of typhoid. But they can dance away their sorrows now. They can just come over. You don't have typhoid when little Billy has a ribbon dance. He can just run around. Run it off. Looks like they're healing. Oh no, they're not healing. They're dying. You know what? However I get rid of this disease, I'm okay with. If people have to die, that's the way it is. Ooh, we had drought. That's not cool. Alright, our weed levels are gone. Now, the clovers will help suppress weeds. So that's another cool thing, is that this, like, flows into a pretty good equilibrium here. So, let's get them beans going. Perfection. Yeah, it is... yeah. Oh man. Everything. Image. I don't know. Everything is kind of a gimmick these days. So, like, what's kind of cool is I don't have to plug products because I just have mid-roll slots. Like, you're not gonna see me talking about, like, you know, thigh creams. Like, TactiCat uses Dr. Johnson's thigh cream. It's like, are your thighs not shiny and smooth? I use this daily. And now, I get all the ladies, because ladies are into smooth, shiny thighs. Buy Johnson's thigh cream. It's like, and you know, they'll pay me $300 to say that. And I'll be like, you know, before Dr. Johnson's thigh cream, I was a degenerate loser. And now I'm a degenerate loser with babes. only Only $9.99. Is it? Everything is image these days. It's just. I think Fight Club summarized it best, right? Is that we work our asses off to buy things we don't need, basically. And then we're miserable if we can't buy those things that we don't need. It's just like the most difficult thing is being able to find happiness with what you have, and it's just like our whole society is designed to make us feel unfulfilled unless we're just buying all this shit. So, but yes, I shouldn't say Dr. Johnson's. It should be Dr. Grovar's. Oh yeah, because like that's the big thing these days, right? Are the YouTubers who like are making their own products. So it's just like, I gotta write that down. Tactic. Oh shit. We're gonna get besieged. Oh, we're getting a real raid. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. When shit's gonna get real. All right, so we have 140. Here I am talking about thigh creams, and the enemy is preparing to kill us all. Oh man, that's perfect. Okay, I think this is the back area here. We need to get a secondary tower up. I'm gonna leave this tower as a secondary defense. We're gonna figure out what's gonna happen. This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, I need to start selling my own thigh creams. Are you a lazy piece of shit? Do you have low energy? Are you sometimes sad? TactiCat's thigh cream. For the low price of $49. TactiCat's thigh cream is sourced locally from feral cats. It's all organic. PETA, yeah. These are free-range kittens. I don't put my cats in cages, okay? These cats roam free, so you know it's ethical. This is what happens. So, you can blame Farthest Frontier for not giving me a ×4 speed. Like, I have to fill the time with something. And so this is where my mind goes, alright? I go into the danger zone. Yeah. Oh my god. Alright. So, the big raid is coming. I'm gonna have to scrub about 95% of this gameplay from the final large movie. Dude, he has nothing. Okay, let's sell him some pelts. Ooh, we can sell boards. Beautiful. We need the monies. We can use this. Okay, look at that. 15 a pop. All right, so the raiders are approaching. We definitely need to buy some of this iron. They're all approaching from the northwest. So let's get all of our warriors slash
hello
hunters. All right, I'm gonna use this as the corner. So like I said, using hunters as your fighters, very, very, very valuable. I don't remember where the hell I threw all of them. I think right here in the corner, right? Perfect. All right, let's get them all together. Oh man, it's a good day. It's Friday. Everyone loves Fridays. All right, let's see. I'm hoping the bear comes back. Okay, so here's wave 1. It's some thumpers. Now they're potentially going to ask me for money. No, they're not asking for money. They're just going to kill everybody. All right, cool. So we can hide ourselves within the defensive area. What's cool is now we have backup towers. And the reason that I do this, if you haven't ever watched me before, is because by compartmentalizing every defensive building, they have to take quite a bit of time to break into it. Had I just had my towers exposed without any walls around them, they'll go down real quick. So this increases the amount of damage you're doing over a long period of time, because they're able to, you know, not be destroyed. So they stand more. All right, cool. So they're already going around the loop-de-loop here. We can start hecking off the units. We want to kill these guys as fast as possible. We don't want any significant damage done to us. All right. Come on, shoot your bows. They're not shooting bows. Okay. They ran out of arrows. Okay, cool. Well, we're just going to have to go into melee combat. That's why I like to give them clubs. You can see two of these gents right here have clubs. Perfect. All right, they're trying to break through. Now, the danger here is if they get in, they can start, you know, ripping off my gold. All right. A couple of them are running away. Perfect. Looks like that was a pretty easy raid. Now, the raids are going to increase as my population and time. I didn't even hit the toggle garrison button, so... All right. So much for that. Ba-boom. Got him. Yep. Just a few witnesses to tell people what they saw here. They had free-range cats. And they're making thigh cream. Let's never come back. Oh, dude, we got coal for sale. Okay, so coal is on the menu. Let's go to amenities. Let's go to resources. And let's go to coal mines. All right, we're going to need to flatten out some of the terrain here. I, for sure, want to get a coal mine up. That is going to be a huge income maker. And let's see, once we get some boards here, let's pump this up. We want to get... Okay, we have 191, so let's pull this in. We want to buy this iron. We want to buy as much iron as we can. We're going to have a lot more money-making opportunities here in a second. I think I'm just going to put all the money that we have into the purchasing of iron, even though it's really, really expensive. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Village was raided. 7 and 5. Yes, of course we were victorious. All right, we can sell this. 70. Perfect. All right, we got a big chunk of cash, so let's buy as many iron as possible. We can also upgrade our hunters. Oof, look how expensive this crap is, though. Yeah, we'll have a little bit too extra. Not gonna be enough, but we'll have enough to get the work camp up to a reasonable spot. 56 wood. Villager has been cured. He was faking it. Alright, but yeah, each one of these towers really eats into our bottom line. I'm going to keep these guys here for now. I think we're okay. Looks like they kind of nerfed some stuff. Let's actually make sure that they're not purchasing boards. They're purchasing boards at 5, so that we'll sell them here at 6. Perfect. Alright, these are overpriced. So we can buy baskets at 62 a pop. We can buy clay. We can buy bricks. Ooh, we gotta buy the bricks. We're getting close. I need more money. So I think we're gonna sell all of our boards. It's not ideal. Put another person in the trade post to help him out with that. It's not ideal, but it's the only path I can see to getting the forester up. I think we need 25, right? Oh, I'm one shy. One shy. Okay. Sell the rest of these boards. Perfect. How many can I get? I'm just going to buy as many bricks as I can because I'll probably need more later. Perfect. Alright, so now it's time to put the forester back and then upgrade it. Perfect. And if I can make any more money, I should. Perfection. Send all this money back to the town. Okay, we're in good shape. We're going to leave it just like that. And I don't think we're going to transfer any more boards. All right. Beautiful. Oh my god. 650 ingots to upgrade the festival pole. Yeah, so it's kind of cool is we can upgrade these basic wells and things, and you do get a little bit of a bonus from that. But going to tier 2 housing is going to be difficult. What we really need to do is take this camp out. This is going to be the hard part. Now, I could sacrifice every single person in the town. I could make a makeshift army of hunter cabins. I could make a barracks. There's a lot of things to do. If I get 30 raw clay and some more bricks, we can upgrade the forger shack and just get herbs that way, which would probably be the best way to do things here. So let's upgrade this bad boy. And we have our emergency maples right here. So we're going to cut all these down. That will give us a big influx of wood, and we can potentially start finishing this off. Ugh. Yeah, I've noticed this more and more. This, like, weirdness with the walls, man. But we need to finish the walls. So we're just going to do it. There we go. Perfect. That will get us our early game defense. And, yeah, we have everything we need. So, potentially want to get up a few more houses now. Food is... Food is where it needs to be, but let's bump this up. We got to start thinking a couple days down the road. Yeah, we do need to Grovar this, don't we? There are bears. One person will need to sacrifice... Well, the problem is, yeah, I could probably kill all of these units, but taking down the towers and taking down a raider encampment... One tower is doable, but 2 towers and an encampment? Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna need a barracks. Oh, there's my bear. Too bad. He was a good bear. Boom. Okay, we did it. So we're gonna do a 3-to-1 plant ratio. Let's get all these guys going. Let's see how many people we have now. 7? Yeah, we're hurting. We're hurting big time. Alright, this person will buy pelts. Our economy is booming. We've got a little bit of cash. Yep. Let's try to... I think our best bet is potentially to get the forager to tier 2. And I'm not really sure where the best place to put this is. I think I'm going to put it... Used to be here, so the nuts are there. Oof, we can't get it all. I like these nuts, though. And then I like this stuff over here. This kind of sucks. I think I'm going to place it right next to these nuts. Get a road to it. Perfect. I'm going to try to, like, make this... Here we go. Get a little bit of road action over there. This whole area... Actually, hold up. Because this whole area... Oh, I can destroy this road later. This whole area over here is going to be another residential. Perfect. Not bad. Oh, he left already. He left me. Okay. There'll be other opportunities. Oh, man. Yeah, there's so many wolves. Luckily, they're not pulling into the population right now. Boom. Okay. 30 and 30 and we'll be good. We have... This is too dangerous for them to go into right now. Yeah, we can get the greens and the Sperry down here. Not much, but it all adds up. He's doing a pretty good job. 224 just on hunting. Alright, and now we can get the coal production going. Get the coal mine up. Road. Help with the wagon. Not bad. Alright, so this is all dandy right now. 39. And at a minimum, what we want to do right now is put the inner gates. That way, if they break into the gate, they can't just run around. We want to keep them in the certain territories. Probably should have switched these. That's okay. Yeah, it's always... Yeah. I need to switch these buildings, and I need to rearrange these gates so that I can have everything line up correctly. Hopefully we don't get raided while I do this, but whatever. Perfect. Yeah, that raid camp. Let's see. Let's make sure we don't have anything highlighted over here. They keep screwing about. Let's bring this over just a tad bit. Alright, everybody should get to work now, chopping and planting. That's the problem. Screwing everything up, too. Alright, we're going to pull it back just a little bit. That should be good now. Perfect. Okay, so we were able to move that. So now I can move this here. Ugh. Can't win. I guess it doesn't matter where I put it. This is actually fine where it is. So I'll just move that back. Yeah, I was hoping I could get it in a weird way. And there's a little bit of room down here. Actually, let's move this guy down. Perfect. Might actually be able to do this. Nope, nope. Or maybe I can. Nope, it hits the hits this. Well, we can throw something else in there. It does have dysentery. There is dysentery, yes. But there is no trail. This is the only destination. Perfect. Okay. Max pop at 96. We need to get a couple more towers up, but I think we're in good shape. So, they're doing a good job. They're planning as much as they possibly can. We have no more wood really coming in. Yeah, they're cutting all this stuff up, so that should help. But we're going to need to cut down some trees. So I'm just going to highlight some trees and areas I know people won't get eaten by wolves. And we'll get this shit over here. But yeah, but now, once this all gets planted and these things start coming up, we're going to be in a really good place. Got bit by a bee. Okay, we're gonna put this here. Road there. Put a road here for God knows what reason. And then we got 2 slaughter right there. It's actually kind of cool. We can put anything in there. Oh, yeah, we can put... Ooh, we can put a storage depot in here. Not bad. Do it. More storage. And we'll have all the industry stuff kind of over here. I may start putting other doors in. We do have a bit of coin. I think we should probably plant... We have 18 wood. So while we're waiting to get everything up... There we go. Cost us a pretty penny. Always good to have an emergency stash. Perfect. I could build more houses and get more coin, but I don't want to get too big. Yeah, the storage depot is new. It's brand new. It's basically just a smaller version of the storehouse, but it has less barrels. But it's good for these little areas where you got nothing. It's not... I mean, in my opinion, the storehouse is better. The depot is also good if you want to put it like right outside a coal mine or something, right? Let's bump this up to 4 people. We're going to start getting coal into the trade over here. We have 28 shoes, so let's start moving all the goods into the trade post that we can for sale. 85. I'm just going to sell all the hide. We're going to do like the whole freaking 500 coal. Perfect. Now, we don't have a whole lot of free people right now, so I do need more people coming in. I think we're going to be in a good place here. We just got to let them do their thing. Yep. Gotta love that dysentery. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't have to love it, but you have to embrace it. They're not even coming to get the berries. We need laborers big time. I think I'm not even going to have him come over here because I think it's just making his life a little harder. We'll just focus this area for now. Get the nuts. We got a good thing going on over here. I don't like the way that this house looks. Looks awful. Alright, we'll do it like that. I don't know, it's bugging me. Perfect. Nice. We're gonna get the little depot up over here. You guys can check that out. It's pretty cool. I like that they're adding little things like that, little nooks. Boom. Yeah, so you can only have 2 barrels. Don't want any food stored here. And its max is 800 versus 2,000. So it takes up, 2 of these would take up the same amount of room almost, and it's pretty bad. But it's nice. It's nice, and you can upgrade it to tier 2 as well. I feel like they're not doing a very good job of planting trees over here. One seeking medicine. Yep. Yeah, we definitely need to get this up next, the Forager Shack. Or I'd have to find another herb spot. Probably wouldn't be too terrible idea to go off and start exploring. The only problem with exploring is usually you get
Need
eaten
something?
by the farmer. Okay, yeah. Nice. Alright, so we're going to boot this down to 6. Now we have a lot of weeds here. So we're going to have to go back to a modified approach. Just on this. That's why I only do 1 really at a time. Very good. Let's go exploring. Our productivity isn't really diminished right now to a huge extent. I might do Frontier Jesus here in a second, but it costs 4 gold, which I really hate. 4 gold a month. Oh shit. Well, if this farmer does get a bear on them, I'm gonna run it into that camp. Oh my dear God. We got willow and everything to make baskets down here. But we also got bears. Oh, we got bears. I don't think they're gonna make it. Alright. Well, we're gonna run this. Oh, they did not make it. I was gonna run them. Oh, they ate the body. What a jerk. Okay. Well, we don't need to upgrade the forager now. That's a hunter cabin. We do need to move this down here. I'm gonna keep it a little bit back. This is bear territory down here. Great. We can get baskets, and that's gonna be pretty darn big. Boom. Alright, got the road. Got a new merchant. Sell it the pelts. Nice, 9 a pop. We're gonna buy as much iron as we can. This is really cheap iron. I can upgrade my hunters. Perfect. Our passive wealth is actually pretty darn decent. This is quite the find though in the plains, to be honest. Quite the find. I am a little concerned about the grizzlies. So, you know, we have the tower over here kind of protecting things. Probably should move it more centralized, but I think we're going to lose a few people, but it's going to be okay. Now, when you have a faraway place, it is wise to have the temporary shelter to increase their productivity, because they have to go back for food. If you have a temp shelter, they don't do that. But what I do is I put a well, so if they do need to get water, they can get water right there. Temp shelter I typically do when there's more than 1 worker, but since it's just 1 worker, we're gonna leave it alone. Alright, so that means that we can finally get a basket maker up. So let's get the basket shop up next. Put that right here. Do we have negatives on this? Oh, alright, we're in good shape. Yeah, we gotta redo all this too. Actually, I kind of like this being right here. Keeps it pretty well defended. I'm probably gonna just snake everything around and probably open up a side road into this area. Don't like to do gates because it presents an opportunity of attack, but do a road. Yeah, that'll be good. And then we can kind of mesh things around. Probably right here, invalid building placement. Alright, we'll move stuff around here momentarily, get this organized. Place all the commerce buildings towards the houses so they don't get negatives. Oh man, iron ore. We're getting lots of stuff. So you can prioritize. So we're going to prioritize willow and herbs. That's a cool feature. I really enjoy that. Probably one of my favorite new features is the prioritization feature. Alright, cool. We're getting stuff planted, but... Pause. Okay. Buy raw clay. I think we should probably buy a little bit of raw clay. Maybe get the school up. Probably need to start teaching them how to read. Oh, we already have a little bit. Need 30 and 150, eh? Yeah, let's get the school up. That's a good one. I'm gonna start investing into my papal. Alright, so we only need 30, right? We should get some monies in here soon. I really wish you could sell more of the things that you produce. I feel like it's a lost opportunity. We're not getting a whole lot of immigrant waves right now, which is a little interesting. I think it's the school holding me back. So once we get the school up. Alright. I don't know where my money went. I think she ran off with my cash. So we're not getting that school. Alright. Well, shucks. Okay. Nice. We're getting everything over here. This is great. Getting a lot of... Yeah, it is pretty critically low, isn't it? Let's see if I can pull anything from anywhere. I'm going to pull back on coal mines for now. We're pretty darn low. Once people are done building, though, that will be huge. 6 there. Dude is sick. When someone's sick, you just fire and rehire them with someone else. The capitalist way. Yeah, they've added a lot of nice quality of life features for sure. It's been quite some time since I last played. We have wells within the vicinity of almost every building, so we're in good shape. Oh shoot, the money all went into the school. I'm a dork. I'm a dork. It's cool. I was like, that's where it freaking went. We're going to start making baskets. I'm pretty stoked about that. Baskets are awesome. So, alright. I think it's time to start organizing all of this. So let's get Pelt Guy here. Got the basket shop there. Very good. We got a lot of things to start moving around. And let's cut down all these bare trees. Start planting trees over here. I think I'm going to do another exploration run. You never know what's, you know, just right around the corner. We could find even clay. That would be amazing. This is pretty cool. The lake actually kind of protects us from bears roaming in. They will stay kind of down here. I'm sure we'll lose a few foragers to the bears. So there's going to be a small... Every basket is responsible for at least one death. Every 100 baskets will probably be responsible for one person dying. These are painted baskets. Beautiful. Oh, this is the bottom. This is the bottom. Oh, the top. The map. That's kind of cool. Like I said, I hate this because it's all upside down. Or I'm upside down, I guess, but this is the way I like to look. Alright, yeah. We may have to feed this guy to the bear. Perfect. Oh, nice. A little deer. Villager has died. Illness. There's a lot of good deer spawns in this corner. 2 there, 1 here. The plain. Oh my gosh, yeah, the plains is just full of deer. It's one of the big advantages. I do like that you can kind of see it on the mini map. I wish the mini map were just a tad bit more expandable. Holy cow! 2 more. All right. Now that we have herbs, we can also focus on getting all those houses up to tier 2. I've been slacking. Okay. Well, I feel like I'm just going to send him up there, and if he dies, he dies. Go with God. And we could use the exploration point tool as well. This is kind of neat. If you just want someone to kind of like walk a perimeter like that. It's also pretty can be dangerous if you run them into like a wolf den. They gotta be a little careful. It does happen. Them wolves are mighty mean. Alright. This is great. Pretty good defensive setup now. 3 months of food. Ouch. Okay. Well, we should be getting in a good... Nice, 10 people. Thank you, Jesus. That was a bad year for us. There we go. We're going to boot up our max builders to 8 now, since we have a bigger influx of people. It only puts builders... So it only does builders if they're needed, so you can have your builders set to 1 million. It's not going to hurt you unless you have 1 million buildings worth. Okay. We're going to step up coal mine. We're going to step up a lot of our industry. Basket weaving needs to be stepped up. Right, so I'm thinking a road. Okay, yeah, so we got a good thing going on here. Okay, boom. I'm going to move some of this stuff around. I think I'm going to put a wagon right there. Fletcher can come in right underneath here. Want to kind of get the road going out this direction. Let's move the smoker out of this way. I'd love to bring the stockyard down and the road over. Yeah, we do need some more stuff. We're running low on money. That's why I don't like to build out all this stuff, but I'm pretty proud of the compost yard. Yeah, no negatives. It's like the perfect distance, and it's right next to all the farming. It's beautiful. And our root cellar, pretty darn full. Half a year worth of food. We're doing well. Perfect. Alright, let's check out our people. We've got 15 laborers. Not bad. A lot of wood. We're doing decent. Doing a decent job. Okay. Dockyard. Ah, I see. I think I know what to do here now. So what we want to do is this. And we put the road, and then we have 2 tiles there. And we can do this any way that we want, to be honest. Yeah, if the road goes like that, fine. It's kind of a weirdness because it's a little bit of a parallel road, but it works. And then the cutter. Or we could just put 2 cutters right here. No road. We could put a cool building right here, though. That's the neat thing. So let's keep it. Alright. So a road like that. Hunter cabin's fine. See, the tannery would be perfect right here, but can't. We need a 2x4, and I think there is a 2x4 building, and I can't remember which one it is. Alright. Yeah, this is a good spot for all these gents. I'm going to leave them right where they are. I'm going to leave this guy right where he is. We're just going to leave this all alone. This is decent. A decent setup for now. Go. Space for more buildings. Now they have easy access to storage. 94 out of 96. We're pulling close to 100 pop. Once all these trees start coming up, though, man, it is going to be cash. We can start selling a lot of wood products. Alright, we got 16 herbs. So it's time to start busting these guys up. So this is going to be pretty expensive. Now we almost have the school. That's great. This stuff is expensive, though. If we go with small gardens, however, we don't have to worry about money. And that's kind of nice, but we do have to worry about boards and stone. But we have plenty. So these guys are all close. So I'm going to just do a normal kind of like cross area. So do the corners each. That should be pretty good right there. And then once we get the school up, then that will be huge. That'll be a huge bonus. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, we need to get all that crap up. So we have 8 out of 8 builders going. We have 8 laborers. We need more. We have 9 farmers. 6 in the work camp. We got some pretty resource-intensive industries right now. There's a lot of resources around here in this map, though. Perfect. Oof, drought. Perfect. Might want to boot this farm out next. We don't have the pop yet. If we stay under 100 pop, we're going to be pretty decent. Alright, there we go. Perfect. Alright. We're getting close. No cigar yet. Alright, no, those are definitely cigars. Everybody's above 30 now. Oh, no. They need one more. Yeah, small park would actually do the trick. The radius on the small park, man. We have another sand pit now, so I can build over this. That's just 150. That would get us to where we need to go. Alright. We're going to build a small park. We're going to funnel all the cash we can into it. We're like really, really close. And that will get us tier 2 housing, which will get us a much higher pop. Also a little bit of tax. Not a whole lot, but enough. I'm also going to increase the market to 4 people to help stock all these buildings. That way people don't have to come back from work. It's a bit of a cost, but in the long run, we got 14 laborers, so no one has to build anything right now. Alright, I think we got it. The next month we'll have the money for that park. The trees are about to all start procking here shortly. Probably take everybody out. Got our trader right there. So far, it doesn't look like anyone's died. Ooh, the boars are kind of coming in. Ooh, that guy got messed. And then, yeah, I guess I'll do a shrine, too. And that shrine will take us to the next level. Do the shrine even over here. That's what's crazy. Get a little bit more bonus, though, if you do it right there. Okay. I'm going to move this over so I can put a shrine here. Perfect. Oh, boy. He's buying all that stuff. I've been waiting on 16. There we go. Finally. Oh, man. Oh yeah, and he's selling bricks cheap. It's the golden age here. We're buying a lot of bricks, and we're gonna sell all these shoes. And then I'm gonna throw all this money into the town, and we're gonna go crazy. And we got all these bricks now. It's beautiful. Thing I need the most right now is raw clay. Eventually we'll start making baskets, so that'll be cool. And then I'll upgrade the Fletcher and start making crossbows. Alright. Yeah, they're bringing the money. Perfect. We're just gonna start really dialing in some of this stuff. It looks like I need some stone. I mean, we have this enough stone for this, but we're gonna need it. Stone up there. Oh, the boars are getting a little crazy. We're getting there. I think the fertility is high enough. I'm gonna mix this up for now. We need just a little bit more food coming in to get that immigration wave higher in the future. And yep, houses are upgrading. We're gonna need an enormous amount of boards. So we're gonna crank up board production to max. The wood's gonna start coming in like crazy here in a moment. So we're at the ramp up stage finally. Beautiful. Okay. Yep, just need herbs, which we're getting. Need to get a little bit of clay, and we can get the school up. We got a lot of good catalysts coming here for desirability. Alright, that's awesome. Yeah, that gives us... Every time one of these houses upgrades, it gives us an extra place for someone to live. Gives us just a slight... See, right now we're not getting any taxes. I wonder if they nerfed it. We'll have to wait till the next month. They talked about, like, massive changes to taxes not too long ago. They're always messing with it. Yeah, taxes, homestead. Okay, cool. So we're bringing in... Oh, that's actually pretty significant. That's actually very significant. So I think they nerfed the higher tier ones, but yeah, we're getting a lot of gold. We're getting a lot of gold from these upgraded houses. That's beautiful. All right. Got the small park. We'll have a religion here soon. That will help with productivity, keeping people happy. Doing great. These trees are about to yield, and they're all maples, I think. Yeah, those are going to be 9s. Alright, what did she discover down here? So a ton of sand. Another temple. I'll have to get the temple up next. Probably want to get the healing center up here soon. Alright, we can get a few houses in there. I might destroy this road so I can stack the houses. Destroy this road, keep them tight. Alright, here we go. Boom. Every one of these I get up, I'm getting a little bit more money. Means I can build out more towers. Also means I have more money to buy stuff. Yeah. We're going to throw the big wad of cash back into the trade post, and I'm going to buy whatever I need. Yeah, wood's starting to come in. We got a lot of tallow, a lot of willow. So we should start seeing some baskets here soon. You do have issues with health if you don't get some of that stuff rolling. It's just, you know, rat catchers are 5. The healer's hut is 25 a month. That's the problem. I don't like these guys enough for 25 a month yet. The chicken coop is something I really, really want. This area right here is perfect for chicken coop. Let's Let's start plotting that out. Let's get the chicken coop up, and we can start buying chickens now. That will be a huge good... It's a lot of food per person. Chicken coop actually produces more food than cows per... But cows produce cheese, and cheese can last forever. And it's just by a hair. Chickens are really good early stage of the game, though. And they definitely have a place, and they have a small footprint. I always go with cows because of cheese. You can sell cheese; it lasts forever. Really, really, really important. But chickens are definitely doable, and goats make sense when you're. You can see down here. There's fertility for cattle and chickens grazing, and then there's one for goats. Right now, you can see that they're both green. But in the arid highlands, goats have better for areas than the chicken and cattle. So the goats are situational. They're really good in the arid highlands. That's what I'm noticing, at least. And we're almost there. Right now they're relaxing, but they're going to be working for the rest of their lives here soon when these things start procking. Alright, we got a good thing going. To get the chicken coop up. Alright, there we go. We got Frontier Jesus. I don't know why he's so tall. Oh, that's a kid. I was like, is he a giant? Alright. Where are we at with things? Just need more herbs? Yeah. So clay is the one thing holding us back right now. And we're going to have to purchase quite a bit of it. Not too difficult to do once you get an economy going, though. You can purchase an insane amount of raw clay. And we're getting there. You know, we're pulling in 30 a month now. And we got a big wad of cash ready to buy a bunch of clay. We need to get more towers. I'm afraid to expand beyond this point. I need at least 2 more towers, but if I put 2 towers up, that's a lot of money out of our pocket. And it's also 2 people out of the workforce. And as you can see, we're actually kind of hurting. How many kids do I have? 30 children! Dear Lord. 39 with infants. Oh my god. That's like... This is something they really need to fix. We only have 53 people fit to work. Like, that's crazy. Alright. Well, we got we got this up. So the grazing area, you can see it's really small, and this is 80%. So we'll be able to buy chickens. We don't need anybody in here right now. But yeah, once chickens get going, that's meat and that's eggs. And that's more compost too, which is great because we can start getting these guys up. We just put our first fertilization into here. You get 10% times your fertility factor. So we will get 7.7% increase in our fertility from that compost. So this is where you go to the next tier where you can start doing wheat and things that have a high cost on fertility. So pretty powerful. But this is a good place to leave everything. So thank you guys for watching. I will continue this series through live streams, and then I will be posting a really, really long movie version of it where I cut out all the talk about creams. So have a good rest of your day. People need to learn how to read. We'd also like to get the Fletcher up, start making crossbows. Crossbows are really darn important. Our units have the basic weapons. They got hide coats, bows, got crude weapons. Again, if you can purchase crude weapons, I recommend you do. We're right on the cusp of finally getting our Forester at full speed right now. That's going to be monumental. And we just started getting baskets in production, along with some herb production to help upgrade our houses to tier 2 and keep people from dying when possible. It is 30 gold a month to build out a medical help here, so people are just gonna have to suffer a little bit. I don't have the cash, but we're gonna keep going. So we got a lot of good things coming at us. I think we're getting pretty close to being able to expand our population. I'd like to get a couple more towers up. We have enough for it, so at this point of the game, the raids start to kind of ramp up, and so you do need to get yourself in position to take those on. So we're going to get 2 towers on the north side here. This is going to cost us a pretty penny, but it's going to bring us into the future. And one of the hallmarks of any design of mine is I like to have my towers within distance of shooting the same tower. So all these towers can shoot any enemy attacking any of those towers. So if I were one tile bigger, we would be off. And so that's why tiles matter when you're designing your cities. Like, the closer you can get everything together, the better, just in general. So we'll keep trekking along. And what's kind of cool is, because we have 2 gates here, we can have 2 gates here and another tower here, if we want to go crazy. And I typically like to go a little crazy, and I've gotten a little bit more comfortable with inner areas of defense and just letting everything else kind of burn. So we'll kind of play around with that and see if that still holds true as a viable tactic. It's been 8 months since I last played, so we'll see how much has changed. I have a bajillion hours in this game, though, so I'm sure I will adapt very quickly to anything they throw at me. Now, like I said, anytime a worker is sick, you have to immediately fire them and tell them it's their fault. There's no one to replace him, but that's okay because I feel morally justified in what I've done. That's all that matters. But realistically, we do need some people. We have 8 people building. I'm going to pump this down to 6, even though I don't like to. So we can get... Yeah, oof. None of my guys are hunting. I'm going to boot this down to 5. There we go. Very good. We're in beautiful shape now. We've potentially got a medical... Okay. So this is a thing you can do. We could get the medical bay up and only turn it on during health emergencies. So that might be the wisest course of action right now, because if too many people get sick, we're going to be screwed. But we need 20 clay for this. So we can place this anywhere, as you can see. I mean, it pretty much hits everyone. I'm going to place it right over here. So I need 20 clay for this, 30 clay for this, 50 raw clay in total. So I'm hoping that the next person that comes to trade with us is cool with that. We are producing coal for trade right now. Shoes, hide coats. We don't have too many pelts, so I'm going to pull those 3 back for production. Probably want to upgrade some of my hunters here in a moment. And by... yeah, I think I'm going to do it right now. This guy's killing deer. I don't want him too distracted. This is a good one. He's killing deer. I feel like more and more we're getting sick people out here. 192, pretty decent. Trapping, though, very good. We need 250 coin to do so. And we have 425, so we're going to pull a little bit of that money here. Oh, yeah, we're doing beautiful right now. Hoping to get some chickens, get some good meat production and egg production going there. Overall, the medical issue is remedying itself, but I think just based off what we're seeing, it's going to be wise to get this up. Because if something goes out of hand, it can easily wipe out half your population. Especially on this difficulty where I'm on the hardest difficulty, so we have over here accelerated healthcare adversity issues. It can get pretty nuts. So what's actually kind of interesting is there's a speed mod for this game. But there's a glitch. If you go over ×10 and someone gets sick, the whole village will get sick. So that's why I don't use speed. Some people have asked me, why don't you use speed mods? It's like, well, speed mods are really glitchy. So yeah, they can accelerate sickness, and they can also make it so that you don't harvest things in time. Like, you really want these mods to be a native vanilla function if you want your village to operate properly. So that's why I don't use the speed mod. It typically ends in catastrophic death. So, fun times. You can always pause it when you get to that point. But to be fair, the only reason I really used the speed mod was for large terraforming operations. And as mod support gets better, there is already a mod that does terraforming. So, yes, the speed mod, just really not a good idea. Alright, the deer only ate a little bit. We're getting this thing fertilized at 72%. We got the weeds removed now. So eventually I need to get a third farm up so we can do proper crop rotation. Right now we're going to try to... Ooh, I don't know why I did that. We're going to try to get away with the bean theory thing I got going on until they punish me for it. So we got a little bit of weeds, but this will remedy itself with the clovers. Will naturally suppress those weeds over time, just not very well. But it will do it. So we're just going to leave it alone. It's a very modest amount of weeds. And I need to pull just a tad bit more cash to upgrade the hunter because we put the money into that area there. All right, we need, what, like 250-ish? Okay, there we go. So we're going to upgrade this one hunter. I think I have enough iron to make traps. Now, traps, when I played before, they last a really long time. If you go to... I have a whole guide on spoilage that I wrote a long time ago with some of the main players for this game, and we got back and forth all the stuff. So things like traps are kind of like armor and weapons. Like, they degrade, but it's over like 5 to 10 years. So you're not going to have to replace your traps every year. There's this misconception that traps are not useful because or inefficient. Like, they're inefficient. They are not. They're amazing. I use them in all of my builds, and they are straight up amazing because the pelts you get help you maintain your shoe and hide productions, and you get a little bit of meat out of it. I primarily use it for hides, more so than the meat. And they will last, I think one time I counted, they didn't have to replenish it for like 10 years when I did my testing on it like a year ago. Maybe it's changed since then, but I tested it pretty thoroughly back in the day. So we'll let that kind of sit. But that is, if anyone tells you not to use traps, you know, do the math for yourself. I would definitely not write it off. They're very useful. All right. This is beautiful. We got 5 out of 5 people sick. Got nobody coming in to trade with us. Yep, I think we're going to go on a Bambi killing spree for a little bit. They still need to kind of unnerf the hunter. I feel like they have like a quota. I mean, 392. He has 392 though because I took him out on a murder spree last winter. Or last year, I should say. Perfect. All right. What year is it? It's year 10. And the bears are coming into town. Got a little bit of action going on there. Perfect. All right. So we're going to fully trap this area. 1 iron basically per 2 traps. So 2 iron will make 2 traps. So just 4 iron right there. And that will get us what looks to be as carcass, small carcass. So we get 10 meat, nothing. But you get that 1 pelt. And that's where the action is. And they really tried to punish. They did nerf traps a little bit. Because they're super awesome. So there we go. So yeah, we'll get the 1 upgraded hunter here. Just make sure he doesn't get too close to this area with his traps. So we're going to set this down. Now you don't want to cross the streams per se. You get an inefficiency in traps if they're too close. This is fine. A little bit of blending is fine, but you just don't want them overlapping each other. That's where you get in trouble. But yeah, it's great. I don't currently possess the power of clairvoyancy, but one day I will. Bravery. Okay, a little bit of crop loss. Yeah, we're doing all right. There's a lot we need to do. We don't have enough iron quite yet, but we could start, since we do have coal, we could start getting into iron production here momentarily if the population does not allow it. Okay, so we got the 2 towers. We got the tower situation up there. I think it's time to, and we got wood that's going to start just popping. We're in that build-up, that bulk phase. We're drinking the protein powders, you know, we're lifting weights at this point, so we're in good shape. All right. No, that's not the what I want to use. All right, we're going to put a couple small gardens in here, just like we did with the other spot. This is going to be terrific. If I can get just a little bit of clay, we're going to be able to get these 2 buildings up. It's going to bring a lot of happiness to folk. Right now, we're making a pretty penny. I think almost all the houses are upgraded, except for a few. Except for all of, yeah, except for, okay, quite a few. And we got ourselves a new merchant. And please have clay. He has no clay. He has goats, he has cows, and he has brought me much sorrow. Yes, we have nothing for him. All right, we have 184 bricks that we got. Eek, a lot of bricks. I think we got a bunch from some of the things I was doing. I just got a, I just got a badge. I didn't know they added achievements to the game finally. That's gonna be annoying. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I'm sad. I mean, he has really cheap pelts. Sometimes it's good to buy cheap pelts to help you build stuff. Like, it's not an unwise decision to purchase pelts at cheap prices, especially because sometimes you can turn around and sell them right back. We're going to start selling wood here momentarily. We're not at a point where we can sell herbs quite yet, but we will be there. Now, let's see. What do I need? Okay, so we have the Hunter's Lodge, but we also wanted to, at one point, upgrade the Forager. And I put the Forager down here in La La Land. So what do I need for this? 30 raw clay. So 30 clay there, 30 clay there. We need about 100 clay. I could try to find it. Sometimes you're lucky. I should have scanned when I made the map, but I kind of like the mystery. I don't like to ruin the whole thing, you know what I mean? Kind of fun discovering things and going, oh, I got this. Well, we can get fish down here, but food isn't too much of an issue. We know that there's an enormous amount of hunting and deer out here for later game expansion for meat. Here comes another trader, so that's cool. Alright. So I'm feeling pretty confident that our defenses are going to hold on the next raid right now. We got our little tower here to protect. I might have to bring this out a bit to protect the forester. But at least we have a retreat point. And it's kind of close to the village. It's kind of an in-between point, you know, it's helping everybody. Okay. This dude just... Oh, you jerk. He has more cheap iron. He has stone, which I need. Oh, man. Everybody hates me, man. I just need some clay. I just want to be pretty. Get some stone. Laborers are the labor shortage is hurting us, so what we need to get out of that is a bunch of food, and we're gonna get that from the beans. 546 crops. Oh, that was bad. It was bad of me. Yeah, so these that was silly of me. So they have really bad frost tolerance, so you want to give them at least a little bump. We're gonna do something different with these gents. We're gonna do end of year delay, like that. So what we're trying to do is, yeah, it's my bad. I forgot they had bad frost resistance. That's cool because I still pulled it off. We didn't lose. Well, I was actually able to get some beans off it, so that's kind of funny. We'll have another shot at it right there. But so they'll be ending their harvest here, and then those workers can come and help finish off this harvest. As long as you don't have them ending and starting their harvesting at the same time, you can get some really good synergy between all of your workers. Really helps you dial down how many you need in the fields. You can actually get away with less than what I have, but we're just going to leave it alone for now. Yeah, you saw my Shia LaBeouf Dune God image that I made in Photoshop.
What needs doing?
Everyone needs one picture of Shia LaBeouf in some weird compromised form. Perfect. Alright, we're doing it. So we got a little bit of upgrade action coming on over here that's going to help us with some money. Look at that. Taxes are going up. And we got Frontier Jesus now, so we got a little bit of religion that's helping with productivity. You can see our work rate is 111%, birth rate 110, combat 114, immigration 100%. So food is hurting us, clothing's going to hurt us, luxury goods is going to hurt us. We just don't have the people. Like candle production would probably be the wise investment at this point. And I'll probably do some apiaries around these parts. Like we got a hungry little deer over here that I'm going to have to come over and... Oh, geez, we got a lot of hungry deers. Yeah, we got to Rambo these deers. They drew first lettuce, or they drew first beans. There we go. Justified. Justified. Bean theft is a very serious crime in these parts. Now, I'm gonna kill all these little dudes because they're all making their way downtown. You can see them. A lot of meat. Alright. Perfect. Alright, so we're getting a little bit of the trap action going on now, so that's going to be good. See a few traps. It's going to bring in the pelts we need. I actually think, based upon how few pelts that I had, we're going to need another hunter cabin. So we got this area clear. We got 2 more gents out here. So I'm going to get another hunter out here. This is a bit of a distance. I probably should. Okay. So we kind of talked about this. They have to walk all the way to town in order to get food and all that kind of stuff, right? So this becomes an issue logistically if you're worried about them being the best they can be. So I'm going to place a well here. I don't have to walk. I mean, every 10 feet I can save them is good. This is a little overkill, to be honest, but I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to place a temp shelter there for food, and so these guys can come over here to eat. This guy is going to be inefficient, but it's okay. And we probably need to up the wagons to 2, since we do have mines and lots of things. Oh, good God, are they eating? Okay, no, they're not. All right, we're going to get all the beans in, and that's going to pull a lot of new migrants into this area. All right, and we can get away with a few more things in this zone. To be fair, though, so we're getting 2 per house. So I don't like to go over around 32 houses. I found after 32 houses, because we don't get an addition, like I can't have 8 people. So having them, this is actually probably more than enough right there for 1 market. Yes, trees still bring in water bonuses around wells. It does. I tested that out last week. It increases everything. So yeah, if you want, I can place I can place 4 maples like so. And it's going to increase the water bonus around those wells. So that's cool that that's still working. The high tree density around here will naturally just make this awesome. So that's great. You can see, though, that we're running really low on laborers. So we're in a bit of a pickle. I think we have a lot of people in the saw pit, so I'm going to bring that down. Child has grown up. Cool. So we just need to throw... Yeah, oof. We're doing bad. I just need 1 good Mormon run. I just need a bunch of Mormons to come here. We're going to be in good shape. And I do have the builders set to 5, so once they're finished building, we'll be in better shape again, too. The bean harvest should be coming in. I don't know what's going on. Someone ran off with my beans. Yeah, this lady over here. Getting weird with my beans. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. The beans are finally coming in. Massive bean harvest. And then now they're all able to help get all the beans from here. So now you can see, instead of them yielding at the same time, you get way better yields this way. Perfect. Oh, nose. No wonder we're at max. I need to get more storage. Immediately. I need to get another root cellar up. Prioritize that. Okay. We're in a pickle. We're in a pickle, so... Whenever I'm in a pickle, I halt all industry. And yeah, this no mining. The work camp we want to is one of the things we want to keep going. Everybody else farming, all that's going to keep going. Boot up the builders. Let's just get everything built and done with, and let's get these guys out here prioritizing these resources. Sooner we get everything flowing, the better, because we need to get this root cellar up ASAP. Best mid-game food is, for my opinion, either wheat or cheese. I go... They kind of nerfed bread last time I played, so realistically, beans, just large fields of beans has kind of been my go-to. It still works. But, yeah, grain used to be a lot more overpowered. It still is, just because of its natural shelf life. There we go. Yeah, let's get them trees up to get those water bonuses. All right, we're doing great. Oh, I know the labor count is low. Surprised the wolves, they're not roaming as much. So that's, I think, something they changed. Like, before, all of these wolves would have definitely killed half the village. So that's pretty impressive. And we have room for improvement for sure, but we're bringing in a solid income right now. I'm going to throw most of this into the trade post so that we have it ready. All right, let's see what else. We can start selling baskets now. That's another good economy for us. Wood we can start selling. I'm fairly confident in. I'm going to throw 61 wood in. The habit for sale. Very good. All right. We'll get the temp shelter up, and that will help alleviate the... So they're working 92%. So actually, maybe I messed up there. Their transfer good time and basic need times are very low. So they're doing well because they're just coming to their house to eat. But I wanna make it a little bit better. You can see this gen over here. He's doing pretty good too. So I guess I actually don't even need this. We're gonna cancel this. It's yeah. You can always kind of check out to see if their basic needs was like 15%, or I mean, honestly, having a whole logistical chain for potentially like a 2 to 3% increase, probably not worth it at this point. I changed my mind. All right, and we almost got. Yeah, I think we really need to get this up so we can get our food supply up a little higher. I always forget that we have that cool feature in that game. I wish they had this in Manor Lords and stuff. Features like that are really, really neat. All right, cool. So we got another hunter over here. This is going to bring in lots of pelts. See, he's just chilling inside. There are all these beautiful, delicious meat sacks walking around. All them pelts. There we go. Get to work, man. Like reading books in there or some stuff. All right, let's boot this up. All right, our firewood splitter. He's not keeping up with demand. I think I need to boot him up to 2 people because we have a cap of 350. Gonna boot this cap up to 500 now since we have more people. If we ever see this dip too much, we need to be careful. In fact, I feel the need to get another splitter up. So it looks like, yeah, looks like we're good here. I'm going to put it right here. We're not hitting any of the houses at all with negativity, so that's perfect. Right across from the stockyard, beautiful. All right, we're in good shape. I think we got it up. Perfect. We have enough room for all of our foods. Probably should upgrade those to the next tier for decrease in spoilage. All right, let's take a peek. How many laborers we have? 20? All right, we're going to get everyone back to work now. Perfect. So yeah, whenever I'm in an emergency situation like that, we're just not making it. Like, I get everybody on board. We can slowly get the rock and do all that stuff now. The well will just make it so they don't have to walk 2 feet to get water. But you can see we're bringing in a ton of lumber now. All right. This is why we need a ×4 mode, though. The problem with ×4 mode is that it causes massive performance issues. So that's they won't admit it, but that's why they won't do it. They kind of admitted it, like, but by not admitting it in a sentence, but they say that this is the natural flow of the game. That's their like PR reason for not having ×4. The real reason is that the speed was causing too many performance issues and for things not to produce at the proper values. And so that's why they slowed the game. Instead of fixing the code, they just slowed the game down. So that's the truth. Like, I've been playing this game for years. And that's basically what they did. I understand it. It would have been cool if they could have fixed it and like had a ×4 or ×5 mode that works, but I've used the mods for those modes and it completely just breaks the game. Alright, I feel the need to increase food production once more. So we're going to expand this another 6 tiles. We got those gents that just came in, and I think we can start actually enhancing our production. Baskets are maxed. Okay, we got 2 firewood splitters now. Be cool if we had an upgraded smokehouse. That's one thing I'd love to have. The 100 cabin's doing his thing. I think hot tannery is actually perfect where it is. Basket cobbler. Let's boot that up to 2 people. Alright, we're in good shape. Got everything. Now we can start actually looking at some other industries. Iron mine would be decent, but we can't even make iron. We can, however, we can make soap, candles. Yeah, I think we're going to start making candles now. Got a trader coming in. This could be just a tad expensive. Oh, that's what we really... Oh, more clay. That's the disadvantage of the plains. There are all these cool things you can build, but you can't do any of them. Yeah, the arborist would have been great, but the amount of clay we need is pretty impressive. So we're going to go to resources, and we're going to start getting ready for... Here we go, apiaries. I like to do mine a little spaced out like this. You can have them... You can have just one interlope, and you get a very minor penalty. So minor. I've just been doing it like that. The farmers pick up the honey, so I like to keep them close in that regard. Get a pretty good yield like that. Alright, baskets. Sell the baskets. 232. Alright, we're in business now. And he's selling clay at primo values. There's chickens, too. Unfortunately, clay is the main objective right now. So, 142 clay. That's enough for everything. And I'd really like to upgrade this forager shack. We need a... oh, I see a tier 3. Yeah, my first time with the tier 2 foragers. That's pretty sweet. I could probably buy a chicken eventually. We're not chicken rich yet. Two chickens would be more than enough. Let's see, does he have anything else that I desire? The clay? Alright. But I gotta make sure that we turn the healers hut off once it's up. The school's about to get up, so that's gonna be great. That's actually a big deal. We should have got that up a while ago. The RNG gods did not favor us. It's like finally we're able to get some clay. Perfect. You want to pull this person in from wherever as soon as possible. I think I pulled it from a tower. We had a teacher in the tower. Perfect. Alright, 113 and 151 pop. The wood's starting to really come in, so that's great. Defenses should hold, but could prove problematic. May want to get a tower over here. We got 38 gold per. So, yeah. So now we have the capacity to turn this off on and off during medical emergencies. Perfect. And, yeah, to get to the next tier, we're going to need candles for sure. The apiaries are going up now. Beautiful. So we should be getting pretty good honey wax ratios off all that jazz. And let's take one more peek where else I can put these. Like I said, I like to space them out like so. This middle guy is going to get screwed, but this is okay. It really is. You space these things out too much, then your guys are off running around. And it's really annoying. I think the farmland here, if I remember correctly, it's really bad, but I like the hunter being here in the middle with the other apiary, so we're going to do a 2-front road. We can put another farm around these parts. We can eventually move the deer spawn, so we just need to be careful because these deer suck. Bring this down to 6. Okay, these are both at 6. We got a lot of weeds, so I think we're gonna hold off on increasing fertility for now because I really need the beans. And well, like we're already at 71%, so this is fine enough. So let's just get the weeds down and let's get the most food we can possible. Really want to keep the population growing, so in order to do so, we need high food stores. And yeah, same old same. We're doing great. Just make sure that things aren't filling up. That's the most dangerous thing, is we not having enough storage for everything. Alright. Okay, yeah, we're doing great. This dude's bringing in 24 pelts. So 20 and 24 pelts on this gent. 8 pelts. This guy doesn't count because we just built him, right? So let's go to this gent over here. So he brought in 12 pelts, and he's kind of hunting the same. Oh, yeah, so we totally move this spawn now. I'm going to move this gent over here to help out because there's just a lot of deer over here. But again, he is pretty far away, so that's not a good example. This guy over here is killing so many deer, but he only has 10. Yeah, so the raiders are approaching. The traps are helping, is what I'm getting at. Okay. So some people are going to die. I can already tell. I got the ESP for that. There's a lot of folk running around. We probably should wall here and tower here and then recalibrate some of this, pull it in a little sharper. I like to do just a couple of like beater towers to kind of keep the flow going, but I like to keep my defenses centralized and build everything around it. Alright, we got 11 raiders attacking. That's really not a whole lot. Here I am getting out the whole army. Usually I'll get my hunters all grouped, simply because the hunters will YOLO and die pretty much. The hunters are the ones that die the most because they just try to take the enemies on individually. It's actually pretty annoying. There we go. Alright, we're gonna get attacked from the east. So people are running. Getting attacked from the west. Let's speed this up a bit just so they can get here. Yep, they don't have enough people. We have so much. I only have one person in each tower. So I should probably, before I build more towers, increase these to the max capacity. They're going to start shooting at the people. You got to watch your hunters. Basically, your hunters just go around trying to have a good time. It gets to be kind of a chore trying to control all the hunters. Go. So we got this hunter over here engaging. He's doing a good job. Boom. There we go. Alright, we killed 10 of them. I think we can... chasing the raiders can be really dangerous too. Kind of funny is when sometimes the raiders will try to roam through those massive areas, and now that the wolves and boars are actually not moseying into town, this is kind of a nice little wall right here, you know what I mean? The enemy has to get through that. Okay, here comes the bigger challenge. So we got a gent here who wants to try to fight the whole army himself. Okay, we're gonna run. They got archers too. There was a dude that just got shot. Now our outer tower here is just in range of this tower, so that's good. If we upgrade this corner tower, it's going to be a little bit better of a design, because it'll be able to shoot here. Or I can just bring this back a couple tiles to get it in better range of the other defenses that I have. Everyone I can kill is good. The more people you kill, the faster they run away. So if you see someone weak, you do want to actually finish them off. Oh, that chick is done. The people are kind of still dumb. They had plenty of warning. We rang a bell. Here we go. All right, yeah, this guy's toast. Got 2 towers and me beating on him. All right, that was all she wrote. We got one dude left and he's going to get mobbed. This one has a little decent HP. You can see my hunter's doing much more damage. Come on, shoot that magical arrow. Shoot the magic arrow. He's like going in super slow mode, man. Like, take your time. There we go. Jeez, man. They're just like hiding everywhere. Okay. How many of them do we kill? That was 10? Alright. They killed one of mine, I killed 10 of them. It's a good trade. Always a good trade. Oh man, we had a bunch of deer eat my crops. I'm gonna have to fence this off. You can leave one, what you do is you leave one tile open, and then you put 4 hunters there, and the deer come to you, and you usually clean them out. Oh. And that one deer ate half my crops. I got sidetracked. See, you gotta control it. And we definitely have what it takes to do a fence right now, so. No, no, all the deer must die. I think, it wouldn't be a terrible idea to get a second hunter here. Pause real quick. One thing I was hoping we would get with the upgraded hunter is an extra actual hunter instead of having to mob these spots, to be honest. Because now we can get the fencing up. We have more than enough wood for it. I was thinking about putting a farm right here. Okay. I think what we're going to do, keep the apiaries where they are. Move the hunter cabin down one. I'll at least get a bottom level fence over here. That way at least the deer just can't, you know, walk a straight line in. Sometimes even just little things like that make your life a lot easier. So, this. I'm gonna get a fence around this zone. Perfect. Time to get some fences. Yeah, see, they're just making a freaking line right to it. So, we can get a break here and there. Works for me. Will help out a lot. The deer will have to walk around now. And then the hunter can kind of come up and shoot them. Alright, we're in good shape. Boot this up to ×3. Alright, one day they'll move that freaking thing. We're doing okay. We got 8 builders right now getting the fencing up, so that's kind of taking a little bit of our labor supply. Now one deer ate so many of my beans. We're gonna have to go on a killing spree here soon. Look how fast they breed. Dude, that's what's crazy. Use my predator. Just highlight and find him. Alright. Deer be gone. I think I can build on this too to push them away. But they always kind of come back. Alright, but the apiaries are the real magic. 7 and 3, not bad. Alright, we got enough to make booze. Booze is a good one for selling. So I really want to actually even start getting the candle shop up. 30 freaking clay, okay. I think we have enough. We have 92, perfect. Alright, we're in business. Yeah, candles will help us get to the next level. We're gonna need... Oh yeah, that's another thing. Now we have the money. We need to get this going now because it's gonna take some time. Get that third food type, the arborist. So look how much area we have to do this in. 79% fertility, 100% fertility, 100% fertility down here. So we don't have to actually put the darn thing here. We put it right here, and then this is good because all the food storage is right there. We'll have it like that. And then we can have a bunch of apples and plums. And I'll show you a cool methodology that makes a ton of sense. It's a really good strategy for the arborist. I'll show you a good 50-50 method to make sure that your workers are always working. And also because fruit expires so fast, it's best to plant two different like the plums and like forget what they are, but plant the ones that yield in different times. That way you're yielding year round and you're working year round. It works out so that you get like the maximum yield and you get the least amount of spoilage. It's really, really cool. All right, we're in good shape. We're gonna get a bunch of beans. All right, all the deer will come back. They're just, you know, sleeping. Perfect. Yeah, we got a bit of a issue with laborers. We got some sick folk, so that's kind of hurting us right now. See what we got going on. 12 farmers. Yeah, we have a hardcore amount of farming to feed everybody. We're growing into our population really well, though. The defenses seem to be pretty decent. I actually kind of feel like we need to have, because a lot of the attacks seem to be coming like this, I almost want to switch the market square with the festival pole here. And by almost, I mean I'm going to. I think we should build out in this direction. I might destroy this road and put another 2 areas right here. Yeah, I think, because I think that this area here should be walled to line up with things better. The healer's hut can be placed right over here. Yeah. And then we can get some nice walls in here. Kind of thinking about the future. Get a wall here. Get a wall here. Also protects us from those pesky bears coming in. There we go. Alright, just a little bit for now. Perfect. Just gonna slowly build into our defenses. Perfect. Alright, there we are. We got nice little gaps right there, so that's kind of cool. Little crossroad sections. Neat. Okay, we got it going on now. That should help us with the deer population issue. Kill a few deer. I'm just killing them all as soon as they get up so I don't have to worry about them. I mean, we're getting crazy amounts of meat. No meat produced last year. Okay, that sucks. Alright, we got it up. So this is the trick. This is some of the better land right here. Trick is to see where they harvest September to October, June to August. So, I mean, you can do... apples are my favorite because they just they have the best... See the lifespan here? 880, right? Versus pears, 680. So, I like to do apples. But what you want to do is just do a half and half. And I love that they added this feature into the game. I just kind of... Let's see, what do we got? We got 1, 2, 3... Well, if we put this center, we kind of know where we stand. So this is actually kind of center right here. So 1, 2, 3. This is pretty much 50-50 right here. Go back in. Do a 2x2. Then we can finish off the rest of it in ones. This doesn't have to be perfect. It honestly just needs to be good enough. These 3 right here will get in. This is good enough right there. And then the peaches. Do a 3x3 of them peaches. Same concept. Back into the 2x2. So instead of doing like all apples and then them only getting 3, you know, they only will get, the 2 workers won't be able to always get all the apples. But if you do this, they're harvesting at different periods of time, so they're always working. And then 2, and you get the full harvest this way. And then second, your fruits expire like in a period of months, and you're never going to eat all of them. So this one arborist is going to yield enough fruit for everyone to eat year round. And we're not doing this for food. Like, yes, it is food, but it expires so quickly. We're not just doing this for food. We're doing this for the 3rd food type bonus. that we need to go to tier 3. So by having multi-season yields, it just makes it way easier to hit that third food type. That's really why I do these things. Yes, you get a little bit of food out of it, but that's not really why you do that. Unless you want to scale it up. If you have a bigger city, it works. Well, it also wards off disease, too. So, I mean, there's multiple reasons to do it. But for me, it's primarily to get that third food type, personally. Okay, we'll get the fencing up. Yeah, so now them deer have to go all the way around. 8 them deer. There we go. Well, now they have to walk all the way around, then walk in. It just really makes it a lot harder for them. They're late. The deer are lazy, so when you do things like this, it does help. Those fences up. Perfect. All right. And the people will scare them away, so they'll come up here and they'll run away. If you bring them kind of towards roads and stuff, they'll just naturally get a little freaked out. It kind of tends to control itself. It will at least buy us a lot of time. And then, yeah, we need a lot of people for all the building. But we look at how much money we have. I'm going to transfer most of this into the trade post. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah. Casualty of war. The bear must have got him. Poor man. Okay, we got 2 spawns right here. This is going to be good. We got a lot of meat action going on here. Alright. And see what's kind of cool now about bringing the defenses back like I've done here. I can now get the inner tower area. So what I'm going to do is just bring this into the natural defenses. Oopsie daisy, did not mean to do that. Cool. So now this is part of our city defense. Manage walls, salvage. Go, we're in good shape. Might as well do the whole thing, right? There's a junction, so it's good to do that. We're not going to bust out that way quite yet. Go. Alright. Now we can wall this whole section off. Probably pull this into the city if we feel like it. But now we have a really good setup here for fruit. Perfect. Alright, so the deer are staying on their side of the area. And the hunter is hunting. Perfect. This is a beautiful thing. Let's see what the trade man has. Nice, he's buying coal at 5 a pop. There's a grand in our pocket right there. He is selling stone at 9. I don't like that. He's selling raw ore. I love to buy raw resources, but this isn't the time for it. We're going to buy some crude weapons just to have... Good to have weapons for people. Alright. We're doing the best we can. We got shoes for sale. The Al Bundy Farthest Frontier move. Alright. And yeah, we're getting the minor things up. This is the best part of the game, honestly. I think we need to get this gate up. Gate up. Go. Keep them from running around, moving around. But we have a lot of control of the area here, so this is good. So if they're coming from this side, we're a little screwy, but I'm gonna probably wall this area off too, but we'll see. I need to get I think two more areas up. Let's move the market square into position now. Yeah, okay, so this needs to be moved. This barn needs to be moved anywhere else. Pooper needs to go outside. Perfect. And then I can move all this stuff into position. Actually, yeah, the root cellars Root cellar should go right here. And this gent should come up into this area. If I put him over, I want to make sure that the bonus from this is pretty much everywhere. A better spot for him. I can bring the small park. I can bring the small park, actually, into a nicer area here. Yeah, I might do another Going Medieval series. I recently did 2 complete series that I released full videos on instead of releasing Let's Plays. And they did not do too well. For the time. I mean, I spent a whole week on it and they maybe made $50. So unfortunately, I can't... I would love to cover those games, but if they don't get views, I can't. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, Going Medieval is a beautiful... Probably one of my favorite... It's a good one. It's a good one. But Going Medieval takes a lot of time. Takes quite a bit of time to do a series and build things on. I need to probably invest in some speed mods for that game. Probably save my sanity. Oh man, they're eating my beans. Okay. Well, it didn't do what I want, so we're gonna have to close it off. We'll get the fence. We need to get more of the fence up. Perfect. Actually, I might actually try to cover some of the new Viking Bannerlord stuff that's coming out, because that looks badass. And I used to play quite a bit of Bannerlord on this channel, but I stopped. Oh shit! Did I just build walls? Whoops. Fences. Fencing, here I come. Make it a little bit harder for them. Let's make sure that there are no holes in the fence. That's always the worst. When you build out a fence and then you realize you missed like 1 tile. Now we're in good shape. There we go. Yeah, we got it going now. The big game I'm hoping that takes off again is Stranded Alien Dawn right now. Really hoping that Paradox brings that into fruition. Okay, cool. We're going to start selling honey. If Stranded were to go to the next level, that would be amazing. And I totally spaced that we almost had enough clay. Yeah, we spent it. I need to get the Forager Shack up to... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. That's right. We need to hit this tier 3. I didn't space on it. We just couldn't do it. All right, cool. The fence is pretty strong now. Hoping this keeps the deer out once and for all. I think what we're going to do is move him over here. Block off the area that they're trying to get in from. All right. Now what I need is... he does have clay. Let's buy 100 clay. I'm going to buy 2 crossbows. No, 4 crossbows. And that should go to the towers. I'd prefer to buy just straight up raw iron at this point. Perfect. Alright, then we're going to bring the pole right here. The pole hits every house here. That's perfect. Not sure what we can do here. Ideally, yeah, see, it's not going to hit. We'd have to put this centralized. I think moving the school could work, and then putting the park where the school is. I don't really want to build the big park. It's expensive. Alright, just a little bit there. Okay, we're getting this all aligned right now. Let's see how much wood we're producing. 270. It's not bad. Nerfed it just a tad bit. Beautiful. But yeah, to be quite honest, I have a huge Manor Lord series coming up. I have a Foundation series I'm going to work on. If I have time, I will for sure do going medieval again. I think it could be pretty successful. But oh my god, there's like so many things on my plate now. And then Dune. I'll be doing an enormous amount of Dune content come June 5th as well. But I'm going to keep... Don't worry, there's still going to be lots of city builders, but there's also going to be some really cool Dune adventures and things like that, and showing off all the crazy areas you can explore in the Dune universe. Yeah, Dune. I love Dune. All right. Man, we're doing great. Oh, look at that. The deer. Okay, that's it. We're just going to entomb this whole dang thing. These deer are just tenacious. They keep finding a way. All right, let's see if they'll walk all the way around. Here we go. Perfect. All right, now we can delete this. So I want to get the next housing area aligned. Perfect. So we're just going to do it. We're just going to build the houses out. So this is what it's going to look like. Oof. Okay, so yeah, we're going to bring this over here. Gonna hit everything. This is cool. I want to have the walls. Yeah, we got plenty of room. I hate the way the walls look when they align with the fences. It's like my one biggest pet peeve. This is perfect though. So we'll put a wall here. This is all just kind of a placeholder just for me, but this is gonna be the city right here. We're getting really close. And we'll need to reorganize some of this. Potentially. I may just leave it the way it is and then wall it. I do like to have a lot of compartments, though, so just keep the defenses flowing. This is a little excessive right here. And connect this spot here. Let's open this up. Perfect. Yeah, we're doing pretty darn good. 22 gold per month. A little afraid about food. It seems like they've made some changes. Food seems a little bit harsher. Maybe this apiary will help me out. I think some of the nerfs to hunting aren't helping. If we could clear the wolves and I could get proper boar spawn... Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of keeping this as an insurance policy against the raiders. There's a few ways to do this. I would like to come in and take out the 2 wolf dens here and this wolf den back here. Leave the boars. The hunters will automatically attack boars now. They finally patched that. So boar farming is really, really easy to do now. But we got a lot going on. Tier 3 isn't too far off. It's just a lot of resources. The game pacing is a lot more smooth now. It's a little more difficult to rush unless you have, you know, those materials. Like, we just do not have clay. So, the plains seldom does have anything cool. I'm going to send this gent here. Let's see. I know we have more iron and other resources, so we got them working in the mines over here now. And this guy too. Oh, it's a blizzard. I might kill these two guys, but, you know, they died for a good cause. me knowing what's up here. Alright, more deer spawns. I'm gonna let this one guy go back. He has to tell the world what he saw. Actually, you know what? You go that way. Oh, shit. Crap. They did code it so that they won't come.
What is it?
They'll come to try to take his body over and over and over and over again, but they won't go into range of the towers. That's cool. But what sucks is that they will continue to like. I'll have like 3 people not working and trying to get that body now. So my only alternative would be to build a barracks and try to rush it. Holy shit! We got a big old clay deposit. Those are really rare. Alright, we're in business, boys. We need to get ourselves up here ASAP. So this is going to be a situation where we for sure put the bare necessities. Dude, there's even herbs and medicinal roots. Oh, we want those roots. Okay, cool. We got ourselves a whole operation up here. This is a massive operation. Clay, all that jazz. Get this going. Basic road. Yeah, so we're going to have a temp shelter up here. So they don't have to run all the way back for food. So this is going to be... You can also put one of those little warehouses. I wouldn't do it, though. Oh, good God, dude. This is so far away. I know it's really far away, but I want to keep it away from that. It's worth it to me. There we go. We can get that. If we can just get any kind of clay from this, though, it's going to be worth it. It's a lot, too. There's a lot that could go wrong up there. I should probably put a tower. If they get chased by bears, it could be really annoying. We're going to put a tower up here. Problem is the raiders will probably just smash this tower up. But, yeah. We're going to do a whole thing out here. Perfect. So there's sand and stuff too. So we got a base of operations we could use there, but it's pretty unlikely. We got sand and stone, infinite coal. Oh, the wolves are getting a little frisky. I swear to God, if the deer come anywhere near me. Alright. Go kill the deer anyway. We gotta remind him who's boss. I think it's me. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. All right, there we go. Oh, boom. I don't know why I like doing that. That's the sick part. Something about me that just likes to do that. Freaking deer. I got problems, I guess. Alright. I'm going to move the arborist here. And we're just going to get some of the basic outlines of the gate system. So, perfect. That way we can protect this. Keep all that stuff outside. Alright, we got a good thing going. Yeah, technically I won't need the fence anymore. I'll be able to destroy this fence and just bring it into the palisade wall. Then I won't have that weirdness that comes. If you have a wall piece next to a fence, you get this really ugly looking thing. But yeah, I do enjoy that the wolves aren't... they're not leaving their nest as much. This is going to take forever to get up. Alright, I think this is actually a great place to leave off. So the next chapter is going to start with us getting that little settlement up there going, bringing in the clay. We probably need to start expanding food production once more. We're not bringing in enough food, so I feel like they potentially nerfed some things. We should start getting apples and pears. We have a little bit of meat. Let's actually, let's go back. Spoilage. Look, our spoilage is nothing. Some of the, like, we are literally eating everything. Like a little bit of spoilage in the veggies. Not enough in meat. I only build another smoker if my spoilage is like 200 to 300. So, alright, we got one gent here. He's selling clay. He's selling chicken. Whoa, he's selling chickens at 25? Holy cow. Okay, we're gonna buy 6. Look at that, we got chickens. I'm gonna pump 2 dudes in here. And we're gonna change the pasture area. It's 82 there. 81's good enough for me. Alright, we got chickens. Perfect. And now I can make more. Chickens are actually really, really good. You get a lot of food per worker off of them, so we can get a couple of those going. That could be a big help. That actually would justify another smoker. We're not using any kind of terraformed defensive areas. We're not getting any height bonuses, which is a huge disadvantage. But I still believe in us. I think we can do it. And if we can't, well, it was a good run, right? But yeah, we got plenty of stone up here. We're working on our little colony up here that's going to have a tower area. We're going to be able to get clay from here, which has been really holding us back. We also have herbs and medicinal roots up here that I'm going to start gathering. That's going to be huge. That's going to be a whole project in itself right there. They're likely going to burn some of that stuff to the ground, but it's worth it to me. And some people are likely going to die because they're just running up there. I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to stop them. All right, cool. So we have a lot of items for trade here. We got some baskets. Ooh, yeah, pretty decent. Baskets coming in the trade. They have stone and herbs and really nothing. We bought a bunch of chickens last episode, so we don't need to purchase any more chickens. I'll likely actually get another coop up. Right now, we're going to need a feed. So we're going to need to shape one of these guys up for feed. So there's actually yeah, this is good. There's a few things you can do here. Let's reinvent the wheel. So they can eat. You can just do straight up hay, or which hay has just a -1 impact on fertility. It lasts a pretty darn long time, but as you can see, it's a massive, massive amount of time. So they can technically eat grains, buckwheat. So what we'll probably end up doing, and buckwheat only has a -1 impact on fertility. Pretty decent. So if we do something like that, it's going to work out for us pretty well. So I want to get rid of this, and we can do anything we want. Yeah, it's not going to work. So we can do something kind of like this. Grain lasts a pretty darn long time, so we're really not going to need it. So I think what we're going to do is something kind of like this, and it should kind of balance out and keep us in the high fertility. And with compost, we're going to be sitting at 99%. So this should be enough. What we're going to need now is a storage for all that grain. And we can realistically put this anywhere. I always advise people never put anything up against the wall. The banditos go crazy, and they will just pound it. So we're eventually going to get probably bread production going. So I think I'm going to get it up here. We're going to put the granary right here. This is pretty sweet. We'll have a couple mills around this area, but let's get this going. Got a little bit of a lightning going on. We're going to have to organize some of this a little bit better. Let me see. How many people do we have? Not enough. Not enough. But I still feel like, at least in these 2 corner towers, I want to get 2 people in. Just to slowly start adding more people into our towers. Better to do that than to build more in this scenario. And yeah, we got the 1 tower down here. We got Jackal. So if they want to burn anything down, they can, and we'll just repair it. Alright, we got 12. Beautiful. Okay, here they come. These people are all gonna die. That's just the way of the world. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, let's speed this up. Alright, we got a big band of people coming down here. Villager got shot. Yep. More will come. We got 131 and 193. Remember, as our population increases, so does the severity of these raids. Alright, they're obeying all traffic laws. He hates fences, apparently. This is the one reason I really hate doing fencing. Is they trash a lot of it, but we'll be able to repair it. Alright, we got some stuff going on there. Let's speed this up a tad bit. ×2 mode it. We'll need to get some kind of tower down here in a little bit. But we're mainly just trying to get them to come to where the sweet goods are over here. Very decent. Okay. Yeah, a few people are fighting back. They're gonna steal some... They'll bang on stuff, and then they'll stop after a while, usually. Don't be too afraid. Alright, he's bugging off. Good. Here we go. The more of these guys we kill, the sooner they all start running away. So it's good to kill people as fast as possible. And here comes all these gens. So they are obeying traffic laws. They were supposed to have patched it. They'll break away. You can see here we got a nice little halberder. Perfect. Alright, let's ×2 this because it's feeling really slow to me. You can see this gent's pretty tough. Now, the one thing that bothers me, and I've explained this in other videos, is that the tower can only shoot one target. So even though I have 2 people in here, it will only shoot, only one of them will shoot the target. So that's the advantage of having multiple towers. If you had 50 people in one tower and there was one target, only one person would shoot of those 50 people with the way that the system works. It is awful. All right, we got to sell these baskets before this guy goes. I want that money. Perfect. Alright, hopefully we get a couple kills there. The sooner I kill a few of them, the sooner the other guys run away. Now, we're actually having a food issue because they kind of scared people out of doing things. We gotta pause real quick. This could become actually rather...
Alright. Okay, then.
Dude, that scared me. I don't remember her talking. I thought someone was in the room with me.
Okay, then.
Oh, good God, that is gonna drive me up a wall. Okay. Okay, then. What the fuck is that voice? That's just a weird choice. Alright. We're doing great. Let's boot this up to ×3. I'm feeling a little strong. Frontier Jesus doesn't even really care that the whole village got raided. Alright, they buggered off. 10 of them are killed, 2 of them are out doing God knows what. Now I gotta repair all my fences. Here we go. At least we have that nice tool. Couldn't imagine having to select all that one by one. But yeah, we got... that's the one bad thing about raids. Something you have to take into consideration is... Sometimes, you know, people die. We may lose some chickens because I didn't think about feed. There's enough feed in the winter. Nice birth rate of 3 per year. Very good. We got 9 out of 24 chickens. They're beautiful chickens. Probably the best chickens in the world. Get everybody to it. Alright, we got some food coming in now. Yeah, bravery, that's true. Alright, well, we're going to leave the healer's hut on now, since we can afford it. Yeah, she did sound very Canadian. It was just kind of caught me off guard, to be honest. Okay. So what do we need to go to the next tier? 150 pop. We got that in the bags. We just need to let everything kind of naturally grow. Alright. So let's get some decorations on this spot over... Yep, victory. Cool. That is not what I wanted. Here we go. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Okay. I like this. Yeah, this is a really decent, you know, the one house in the middle gone setup. Pretty darn decent for making really easy residential areas like that. That's pretty nice. Okay, let's go see what they've accomplished up here. They still haven't gotten the road fully up. Yeah, they're making good progress. Except for this lady. That lady will make no further progress. So it's pretty we're We gotta straighten this out. This is not what I envisioned. It needs to be a little bit better. I want it to angle. I want to decrease walking distance by as much as possible. There we go. Oh no. The damn deer. Oh, yeah, they broke. See, that's the problem is they break the fence and then the deer just get right in there. But you know what? We needed food. Big old tub of food. Yeah, we're gonna get another hunter over here, I think. There we go. That is an enormous amount of food. Dude. What is going on? They just keep spawning. I mean, I can't complain on one hand because we needed food. Okay, I'm gonna put another farm in here at some point. I think I'm gonna put it here because I don't think yeah, the 12 should come right here. He's sick, so I gotta fire and rehire that worker. Let's see, what do we got going on over here? I'm gonna have to bring a hunter from over here. One. Gotta get someone over here ASAP. Beautiful. This is one of the craziest deer spawns I've ever seen, where they just seem to infinitely spawn as they die. Funny because they nerfed the hunter hunting. But realistically, why not just nerf deer spawns and keep hunters the same? Alright, somebody died from illness. It's not good. Alright, we got a bit of upgrades going on now. This is great. Not what I wanted. Irrigation. Go. Alright. Yeah, tier 3 is a little bit of ways. We should have the candle shop going a little stronger now with 2 people. And I think our apiaries are doing fantastic. 9 and 4. 14 and 6. 13 and 5. Yeah, these are all great. 4 children just grew up. So we're going to start getting a lot more workers. You can see we have 38 children and 12 infants. So those 38 children over the... This is what always happens in Farthest Frontier. Like, you have to just, like, kind of chill and let all the kids grow up so that your workforce is proper. Usually all pans out. Alright, let's make sure that they're not storing food in any of these locations. I need to get... I'm probably going to replace one of these storehouses with a treasury at some point. Typically what I do is I just kind of hoard all my money in the trade post in beginning stages. Alright, we got a lot more trade items we can throw in here. Got more shoes. Got more baskets coming in. I'm really glad we found the willow. Okay, so what's lost to frost? Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe we... Oopsie daisy. Yeah, they were a little all messed up because they weren't there. Let's just pull this back just a tad bit. That's what happens with war, though. You get all everything just goes to chaos. And did we get any grain? Let's see. It's too many things down there. Yeah, I don't think we got any grain. We can do... I think we can do cabbage as well. Yeah, we missed... failed to begin planting because of the combat. Gotcha. Just go the safe route. We'll come back to this, and once we get a good amount of grain going, we can do some other stuff. But we definitely could just start doing bread production here soon. We're going to need a bakery. I may actually decide to go with a bigger park. Big park over here would hit everybody, and then I can replace this with a bakery. Not a bad idea. Especially when you got cash. Let's take a peek. Oh, that's a 5. Yeah, that's right. 5x5. Okay. Well, I need a place for the temple and all that jazz. Let me see. He can hit all the way down here, eh? Yeah, if I take out this bottom road, that gives me more than enough room. Place temples and things like that. We have a little bit of room over here. We got a little bit of room on the back side. Yeah, I need to make this work. We need a temple for sure. We got a lot of reasons to start getting into temples. Everyone just fine. Even this up here would hit everyone just fine. Right. Let's start organizing things in a different way. We got everybody over here. I'm gonna do something a little weird. Right here. I want the buildings to be really, really close to storage that are producing from storage. So we're going to do something odd. And I'm gonna lose a little bit of land here, but to be honest, fine. And over here. Alright. There's not gonna be no gates or anything into this area. Perfect. We'll figure something else out here. North side, it needs to do what I want it to do. These big gates are freaking atrocious. I really don't like them. They're so big. Okay. I'm gonna have it bump out a little bit. But we can start moving some of this stuff way over here. Okay, perfect. We're gonna make it look nice. Oh, there, yeah, this one will work over here too. Perfect. All right. And I think the tannery will fit here without screwing things up. Very good. We're gonna have to do a little bit of a bulb on that side. All right, that gets all the good stuff, all the important stuff where it needs to be. Cobbler shop. Okay. Let's see. I think if I get rid of the road, I can actually put the cobbler right here. All right, let's get rid of the road and let's throw everything in first. Go. Got the two there. Yep, that works. It doesn't have to be perfect. There we go. We got all that up there. We're gonna place some more important buildings here. It's not really an ideal location, but it does keep them in a more defendable area. So I guess there's that. And all this stuff, honestly, can be moved. They don't come for anything that's... The stockyard is like the one building that you can place outside. Kind of cool. There we go. Cool. Get everybody moved up over here. And then what we want to do is move this well right here in this little bump. And then we can make the jackets from that. I mean, to be fair, I don't actually need to double wall this at all. If they break into here, it's just shops. This is what matters, is the back area where the towers are going to be. And the towers can shoot over, so we're in good shape. I think I'll just leave it just as is. Okay. And then over here, we just remove this road. We got our temple. We got, the temple and the theater, I think, potentially go there. We don't need that road there. Serves no purpose. Start organizing a lot of this stuff, actually. We're losing stuff to frost. Ah. Alright, so we have 2 diseases now, which really sucks. I'm gonna just have to let it play out. This is where things get bad. We're gonna need to get that extra farm up now so we can do proper crop rotation to avoid these diseases. Well, the deer are just gonna devour anything I put out there. Let's see, what do we got going on here? That's another 12 right there. 40%. This is the best spot. Outside of down here would be amazing, but I like to keep everything together, like I said. Well, can't win them all. We'll try to move the deer out of here. Alright, there we go. We're gonna have to push them out. I gotta protect my chickens. They're unhealthy. Right now they're eating enough to keep going, but we need to make sure they have winter feed. Okay. And we can mix some stuff up too. Perfect. Alright, we got a good operation going here now. All the wood, honestly, all the wood can be brought over into this area right here. I'm gonna bring all wood production stuff over here. Have it be, it's gonna be a little weird, but it's gonna work. There's certain things you can place outside and they really just don't give a shit. Kind of funny. Certain things they just, and if they do like bust a couple of these down, it's really not that big of a deal. Going to reorganize all of this. And bring the hunter a little bit more. And here. Perfect. Yeah, fencing in your animals is a great thing to do. I'm not. For some reason, the animals don't really want... There's no bears or anything up here. Perfect. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do for food. I'm gonna have to let things kind of grow out. Clovers help reduce disease by creating another plant period in between time. Perfect. Getting a little bit of money here. Alright, we got a lot of cash. Clothing we're gonna buy a bunch of clothes. We can start producing it ourselves here once we start getting into flax. Probably make a flax field would be a good idea. Alright, we're doing great. This will be a lot more practical, so that'd be grand. And the wagon can come over here. Put him right here. The granary, on the other hand, and the smoker... Smoker is better off next to where the firewood is, or right next to the meat. You're gonna have an inefficiency no matter what in this situation, so... I'm just gonna put it over next to where the firewood is. Meat's easier to move than firewood, so... I can also create a root cellar. Oh shoot, I forgot the most important thing. Turn off raw meat in the market square. Yeah, you don't want them distributing the raw meat. Get these trees out of the way. Blocking my view. Okay. Alright, 6 more folk. So far, we're keeping the deer away. Alright, we got multiple hunters now. And we move the hunter over here, so... What the shit? Yeah, that bear just mauled him. Crazy. Crazy. Whatever. He got what he wanted. People are gonna get mauled, that's just the way it is. We're getting a good water bonus here. How many free people do we have? 19? That's pretty good. Got a lot of good resources here. Infinite iron right there. Okay. So, yeah, a lot of this going bye-bye. This needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. And then a wall. Use this road as a placeholder just while I get the wall down. Now this is actually going to be double walled. Because these buildings are going to be very important. I may or may not remove all access. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to remove access here. Believe that. We're gonna have a weird system here. Access from down here. Perfect. Raid camp keeps coming at us. Yeah, we got a little too close to the sun, didn't we? Bring it down just a tad bit. We got the coal mine here, huh? Do that. Now? Get rid of this road. This should run a little bit better over here now, so that's great. One of the deer got in here.
As you wish.
Oh, good God. Don't talk to me, lady. Let's finish off the rest of this fence. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go around the apiaries this time. All right, we'll boot this up just one more tile. That's cool. We can get a parallel road there, and then we can seal this off finally. No more deer in here. Finally did his job. Now let's bounce them back so that they're both covering the farm and this area. Perfect. Alright, let's go check out our little colony. This isn't going to do it. We need 4 up there. Alright, we got the forager getting all the stuff up here. This is amazing. We're going to prioritize the medicinal roots and herbs. We already have enough willow, so we can do whatever it wants. I'm going to get those guys first. Perfect. Yeah, those herbs are going to be huge for us. We got food coming up here. We got water. We got a tower for defense against bears or anything, so hopefully no disruptions in productivity. We got a janky road. Beautiful. Let's see. I want to get the temple down here. Should do. Should hit every single building. I'll probably put the theater over here. Let's put the temple here. And actually with the temple, I no longer need the shrine. I can replace... I can honestly put the shrine really anywhere. Even over here. Won't hit everybody, but it doesn't need to. We're going to move it. We're going to put a bakery right here. Once the temple's up, that will fulfill a lot of our needs. But we need a lot of stone. A little bit of cash. We got it all, though. Alright, we got 5 laborers and 8 builders. We'll get it. How's the arborist doing? Oh, forgot to set him. Not bad. I moved him. Alright, this is pretty ideal right here. That was dumb of me. Cool. There's a lot of food for them to get now. Forgot to reset his area when I moved this up. 86 wood. Okay. Let's actually like start getting at least some of the siding done. Anything I can do to keep the bears from wandering in here is gonna help. Might want to upgrade this lookout tower when I can. Are we out of money? Alright, how much money do I have? Grand? I'm throwing it all into the town. There we go. Getting some good upgrades. Food slightly stabilized. We got some chicken feed now. 13 out of 24, so we're gonna get a bunch of eggs and manure. That is a lot of eggs. 194 eggs, and we're not even at max. This is why I was saying chickens are honestly pretty darn OP. What's crazy is that the wolves haven't really presented any challenges for us. I'm not sure how efficient this is going to be in the long run, but this is a crazy clay deposit. Any amount of clay we can get from it's going to help us out. And I know at one point what I really wanted to do was upgrade this. We need tier 3. Alright. Well, we got the hospital. No one's using the hospital, even though there's 2 people who are sick. That kind of sucks. That's kind of... I do like the winter effects. They're pretty dope. Alright, what am I missing? Gate there. Gotta get that up. Alright, we moved some of this stuff. Oh, I need one more tile. Okay. We're gonna make this work in the weirdest way possible. It's not gonna work. Just move the apiary up one. Not a big deal. Oh, and once that's gone, I can put the last thing in place. And then we don't have to worry about deer anymore. At least for there, but we're gonna have to worry about deer over here. Alright. I'm gonna try to move the deer spawn by using the hunters right on top of them. We'll see if that works. This is I like the little marsh areas that you find in the game. Things are going pretty decent for us. think what we're gonna do here is a barracks. Good, yeah, right within range of everything. Cool. Trying to make this cooler than it is, but yeah, this is about right. Put the barracks right here. We're gonna wall off the whole darn thing. And it's gonna have an inner wall too. And a back road. Perfect. Do a little dirt path there. That'll be a good addition for us. A little bit more stone. So a lot of stone needs to be gathered. Probably time we get an army and start trying to take out some of those towers. Make this area just a tad bit safer for us. Yeah, they seem to be keeping up with production. Perfect. Temple's gonna cost us an arm and a leg, but it'll be worth it. We're almost at 150 pop. So yeah, we need a ton of raw clay and three grand. But we're bringing in the clay. We're almost at the 200. So I'm really glad that we found that clay vein. That would have taken hours to get through trade. Not because I can't afford it, but because it takes forever to find someone who can sell you it. Perfect. Food could become an issue. Yeah, food could definitely become an issue now. I need to think. Damn, dude. 400 fruit. That's a lot of food. That is a lot of food. Get this proper. We're not going to do any food production here because the freaking deer will just eat all of it, so... Three crops is more than enough. What we need to do is get a fence around this and push this deer spawn out. We have a bit of wood, so that's great. Alright, let's get these road systems up. Here we go. We're gonna need to kill all the deer. This should do it though for us. Should be great. Alright, just need a bit of stone. Maybe the quote of the day there. A little bit more stone. Crazy about this spot though is we have a tier 4 stone there, and I think we had another one over here. I think there were two up here. Nice. Alright, he's buying baskets. 144. We have a bunch of extra shirts, so we purchased some shirts, and that is great because we will have to start producing flax or something here soon. But we need to get our full crop potential. How many people do I have extra? 13, 8. Alright, it's time. And so at this point, I go the distance. I don't play around. I just go the whole 12 by 24. So I go from 6 to 12 to 12 by 12, then I just go the whole thing. Once I have enough people. This is a big investment of time and resources, but it's necessary because we're getting bad. Yeah, we're getting dangerously close to not having enough food. Okay. Come over here and shoot a deer. People are starving. Got a heat wave, which is also very, very bad. Alright, we almost got rid of the bean rot. So we do have high fertility values here. I'm going to start planting cabbage. We need food very badly. Alright, cabbage it is. And then we have more than enough grain, even being produced in that 3rd year. Keep this going. 234 eggs. I'm on the fence about getting another chicken coop up, to be honest. And we have the room. We actually have more areas that we could use for defense over here. I might leave this for other industry. I'm liking this, though. A little bit more defensible. Okay. And let's finish off the last fencing spot up here now. Boom. Okay, that's the last piece of the puzzle. That just looks kind of cool. Alright, so we're right on the deer spawn, which may have been a little ambitious. Eventually we can push the whole damn thing out, so that's cool. Alright, a little bit of work to do over there. Alright, he's buying baskets at 8. Same old same. Potentially if I could buy crossbows or something. They're not really selling anything that I need right now. Okay, I think our temple's almost there. Yeah, we need more stone. I'm gonna let everybody kind of catch up. There's a lot of jobs going on right now. Kill the deer. There we go. Things are in order. Yeah, they're doing a good job over there with all that work. We're starting to get pretty full here. I might have to upgrade this bad boy. I think I'm just going to pull the trigger on that, upgrade it. Alright, let's see if there's any stone that's not up on a giant hill. Plains is really hard to get stone, so we're actually really fortunate to have that big mound. We almost got this up, so that's great. Pulling in 444, not bad. I feel like this... I have a little arc over here. The hell do we even have over here? Got a big old road going nowhere. I'm gonna remove that. And have it come in through here. Perfect. A little weird, but it works. Alright, so this is all done. No more deer can come in here. Perfect. Got a bit of dead room over there. Almost enough for the chickens, to be quite honest. They're getting close to this field being up. There's a big old thing of cabbage we need to do. No disease down here. They should shift prioritizations here momentarily. Yeah, there they go. It's really cool the way that the farming system in this game works, where they're just like always working on something. Alright, so this should be a ton of cabbage. That should be a huge bump for us. Everybody's got a basket now, so they're much more productive. But yeah, that's what's cool about staggering. As you can see, there's more than 6 here. There's all the workers are working together in tandem. Boom, boom, boom. One thou. Okay, 92 last year. No food. Make sure the wagons are moving proper. Okay, we got a wagon. Is he bringing... He better be bringing food. Okay, he's bringing a ton. He's bringing raw meat. That's a problem. Let's go check out spoilage. Barely any. Barely any spoilage. Not enough to warrant anything amazing. We're going to have more meat here soon, too. And once they start butchering the chickens, that's meat coming in, so I may have to rethink. I'm going to relocate him. He doesn't... Actually, we can do our whole grain production right here. This is perfect. And the baker is going to be right there. Probably try to buy heavy equipment now. 400. Yeah, we need to go down and start getting ready for another trade run. Right now I'm more focused on defenses than economy. Yeah, there we go. A lot of food. Perfect. Alright, there it is. So we only need 12 people on this. And we'll let it work itself out. Do something a little different here. And not enough room. Okay, we'll let it work itself out. 250, let's see. Yeah, 15 laborers. We need another big grouping of people. 3 grand in cash to go to tier 3. We're never really in a huge rush to get to tier 3. We don't... Tier 4 is really where you want to be. If I can go to tier 4, then I get the stone deposits. That'd be a huge help. What we need right now is just food, labor, and defenses. Have another housing area right here. One market should do it, which is kind of crazy. I think I can upgrade the festival pole next level too. Flags are actually pretty sweet now. They made flags pretty cool. They got a huge radius. Yeah, if you place flags anywhere in the middle, look at that. Crazy. You don't need it though. It's super easy to hit those high desirabilities. Do we not have a gate? Need a midpoint gate, make it easier for them to move around. Right, most of the deer are spawning outside now. I'm thinking if I kill these deer, the deer spawn might move back. Perfect. Alright, 13 months worth of food, not bad. Need a ×5 button. Make it happen. Not bad, only 30 people have died in the last 16 years. That's pretty good. Typically a lot heavier death toll. Let's prioritize the temple. Should have a bunch of stone coming in though. All these gents up there were mining. We got lots of room for towers in this area. Ooh, we almost had enough right there. Wondering if I should bump this out a tad. Towers and barracks tend to evaporate your enemies. We're definitely going to want a fighting force. If we're going to have a flat base, you're definitely going to want some people who can roll out and beat people up. Pretty critical, in fact. And I think we're going to start going after these excavation sites here soon. Nice. 8 people just came in and 2 people grew up. That's a big chunk of laborers for us. Up to 10. Right, 23 laborers. Should have all the stone we need here now. Once the barrack gets up, I'm probably going to go kill some of these wolves. Right here, moment of truth. Alright. Okay, temple's up. And you can keep him just for the bonus that it gives people. See what we're getting from him. Shrine and temple bonus, yep. So, nice bonus. Okay. So let's get some relics. Hoping that this is close enough that I don't have to build a road to it. Get everybody doing this. Just one good relic, maybe even the one that gives us 30% more meat. That'd be a good one. Once we start bringing in more meat, I gotta start, I mean, they're eating a lot of raw meat. Most of the meat they're eating is raw. Alright. Go to the hospital. Selling snake oil. That's kind of funny. Alright, he's full up. Howdy, everybody. Yeah, I mean, Farthest Frontier really is just a chill city builder. There's a lot of games that are a bit more action-packed, and Farthest Frontier is just all about that gradual climb. We're at 339. Okay, so I think it's time to go crazy. Perfect time for craziness. Let's get this fully sealed in for once. Everything ready. The chicken coop. I feel like honestly, a lot of these areas are pretty safe. This is eventually going to be bread production, but I'm going to move him inside for a second. And we're going to get up the secondary tiers of defensive. He is here. Okay. This area is going to have double layered walls. An outer area. Be careful with this. Don't move it for now. Oh, that's right. We're going to do the walls on the other side. My bad. Well, that's cool. That gives us more room. There we go. I have a third layer of walls right there. Nice. Got trader. Got nothing for me. By antlers. Oh no. Villagers finished excavating the martyr relic. Increases villager unarmed attack damage by 100%. Okay. Well, we can beat someone. That's cool. Best position for root sellers, my opinion, is like a midway point between your market and where you're farming. So this is what I like setups like this. But you want your farmers to be able to put stuff in there, and you want your market workers to be able to come in and get it quick. Alright, we're really ramping up production now. The barracks is up. So we can hire archers and light infantry. Archers are cheap. We can hire like 4 of these bad boys. We're going to do so. And then we can start clearing the wolves out. Righty. So we're gonna want to move grazing area here. I think yeah, we're gonna, now we're gonna keep this because this is gonna be where the towers go. This is just gonna be walling. Gonna be a little bit of a defensive capability here. Okay. I only want one way into this. Oh, that is a lot of folk. 17. They're coming in hot. Alright, 17 there. Oh, shit. Yeah, they're getting... Oh, dude, that is bad. All those guys got caught off guard at the excavation site, man. Some of them might survive. Some of them might survive. We might be able to get to them before they bleed out. But, yeah, Grata is gone. Let's build this up to ×2. Here they come. Destroyed a building. Ah, it's just a fence. Now all the deer can come in. So that's kind of the irony of having a second layer of fences. They may leave me alone. We're gonna put multiple people into these towers now. Let's put this up to ×3 though. They're taking forever to get here. Okay, there's a little bit of action down there. Some people are gonna die. That's fine. The main thing is that our money is protected. That's all that matters. Like I said, stagger your towers so that they can shoot within each other. Makes them highly more defensible. You want to make sure everybody... Tower within range of tower. So you can see here and here, towers within towers. Very effective for defenses. And they're just having a heyday over there, just beating on my fences. One thing that's cool about walls and stuff like that, you're thinking, oh, well, there's no towers or anything, but those 3 dudes have been down here, and these 3 dudes have been down here beating. So, see how it's like the divide and conquer kind of strategy. It allows all my units to focus on maybe 3 to 4 guys at a time and quickly kill them. If you have 20 dudes, it's a little bit more intense. But, yeah, if you can... The walls are good for that. This gent's not gonna make it. I have a no witness policy. Come on, do it. There we go. I'm gonna have him come and help. Now we do have our units now, so let's do it. And it looks like we have a plague. So, yeah, they're beating on my market. I need to come out here. Shit. We're gonna send them back inside because they're being weird. Here we go. I have to lose my market and repair it. Here we go. Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Go. Right. Yeah, they're stealing my meats. That's okay. I don't have a problem with them stealing food, to be honest. The money and the other valuables I want to protect. Get our troops down here. I need to get a tower in range of this market, so that's gonna be the next goal.
Right away.
All right. I think we brought law and order. We have. Oh, we got an epidemic. Got an epidemic. All right. So this is kind of scary. We have our first disease. It's been a really long time since I've had so many diseases. Pull our men back. So I'm glad we got the barracks. Barracks really did help out. I mean, we got everything you can think of. We got herbs. We got, you know, the heal root should be coming back. But we got people who are real sick. Let's speed this up. I've noticed when you speed things up, though, you kind of get this weird little bug. Smallpox. Got a smallpox outbreak. It was a good timing with the with the war. Like, I wonder if they brought the smallpox. Yeah. It is the 4 horsemen right there. We're gonna get some pestilence and diseases. And then we're gonna get droughts. Alright, so a few dead people. I had a outbreak so bad once it killed half the town. Like, it was like a couple hundred people. This is a pretty bad one. People are choking, seeking medicine. We don't have medicine. This is a bad disease. This is smallpox. So, yeah. I anticipate at least 10 deaths. At least 10. Oh, nice. We can sell coal. But life goes on, man. Life goes on for these people. Nice. 6 of stone. I'm going to buy a little bit of stone. I know it's crazy, but we need it. We have enough there. Armors would be nice. Swords. Let's buy some swords for our guardsmen. I'm going to start selling lumber and things like that. We have a lot of wood. So yeah, let's crank up our plank production and start selling planks. That will help out tremendously. Our traders have to kind of mosey all the way down here to get that stuff, which sucks, but we can pre-stock it. Alright. So people are dying. As expected. 4 villagers were cured. So people are... Well, there we go. There's 12 people. But it's coming down. That's why you need a medical facility. If I didn't have that medical facility, it would have just like spread and killed half the pop. Killed half the population so quick. Oh, it would have been funny. Alright. We need a little bit more weed levels down. Alright. So now we're getting in the territory where rapid expansion time. So I'm going to get all of my farm fields out right now. We're going to get all these to 12 by 24s. Except for this gent. Okay. And they destroyed my fencing. Very rude what they did to my fences. Very bad dinner guest. Alright, we're going to move him down. So yeah, they all popped up. We'll have to kill him again. And I think we're going to expand this. I honestly just want to do the full shebang on all of these and just get it over with. And get a proper crop rotation set up that will help us prevent diseases and also move us into, you know, greater agriculture. We're going to need a couple of things, though. Alright, so we got a big area here. Windmill, actually. Oh, we finally got some boars moseying in. Alright, let's kill some... The wolves didn't do shit. I was hoping the wolves would help us out with these attacks, but they're just not in the path. Did I lose somebody?
Right away.
Where is he? Seeking weapon. Okay, he's coming. Go away, or
It will be done.
we're gonna start pecking off these wolves. There we go. Got the real deal now. Oh, dude, they archered that thing down. That's cool. What is that? That's 2 wolves eating another wolf?
As
What
you
the freak?
command.
Cannibal wolves?
It will be done.
Actually kind of funny. Alright, yeah, we get this boar spawn. That's a huge source of food right there. Let's just get it at... There we go.
Right away. Right
Kill
away.
this boar. Nice. Now we don't want to kill the boar spawn. We just want to get the wolves. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot. This is an amazing area for hunting. We're gonna build a whole thing out over here.
At once.
I'm gonna have to put a tower up over here too.
As you command.
I love that we can actually boar spawn now, which is really cool. I'm actually afraid the tower though might shoot the boar spawn location.
At once.
Alright, I think we got rid of almost everything. Perfect. We're in good shape. So now we can just retreat these guys back. There we go. Got 2 clear boar spawns. I think this is good. This is going to be like the trifecta over here. We're going to make this interesting. I want a tower over here. We're going to do a tower. I don't want the tower poking out so much that it accidentally kills things, but I want them to have a retreat point. Perfect. And then what's kind of cool, someone showed me this a while ago, but like just doing fencing, if your guys are chased, right, they will run back into this area. So if you just do a little bit of fencing around this area, it allows them to retreat really, really well. So we're going to create a little bit of a boar spawn. Perfect. And then I'll get this road lined up here. Nice. Tears of the Mother, birth rate increased by 10%. I'll take that. That is the jankiest road ever made in existence. This is okay, but oh my god. That hurt my soul. There we go. Still a little janky. Yeah, whatever. I just won't look at it. I'll come back to that later. Come back to that later. But yeah, that'll be an amazing source of food. We're gonna need considerable smokehouses. I think realistically, yeah, you want to keep it near where the wood is. It's a lot easier to move firewood than it is meat. I could create a storage specifically just for that meat. This is the problem. Ideally, I would like to keep these things as close together as possible. The shitty thing is that what I really... Something like this, if I could keep everything over here, it'd be great. But there are no good fertility for wood. It'd be amazing if I had all my wood right next to it, because we could... Especially because we can keep it together with this stuff over here. I could take a hit to my wood production and put all my wood stuff right here at a 51%, but that's really bad. You want to... Every tile has its own fertility. It's averaging them. So you want every tile to be over 50. This is an amazing spot. We got all maples. This is like ideal. Yeah, we'll get this area busted out. And I love that we can finally auto-attack boars now. And I have a retreat point back here. Actually, that's something I failed to do over here, as I just described. Fencing is really, really valuable. We're not getting attacked up here though, so I think we're good. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Yeah, we got the livestock for the winter. Alright, weeds are going down. We're in good shape. This only needs to be 12. Alright, now it's time to go the full distance here. Alright, 12 by 18. Perfect. Got a little bit of deer action over here. I'll just kill all the deer again. This should move the spawn. There we go. I'm gonna leave those guys down there. Oh, look at that. Another excavation site. I don't like any of the relics that we got. They were all really weird. I mean, I guess being able to punch things is nice. But, put 2. Let's just put both in for now. Got nothing else going on. We get a nice little bonus from that. Nice. Oh, nice. Birth rate and health increased by 10% from Tears of the Mother. Tears of the Mother is actually like, probably one of the better ones if you're trying to go for crazy high pop. And right now we just need 3,000 gold. And we're tier 3. Repair all our walls. Make sure nothing over here is bad. Alright, we're in good shape. Nice when you finally get a whole area walled in. It's just a little towery defense area. Weird. Will not let me select that tile. The weirdest thing I've ever seen. Oh, it still won't let me. Like there's an invisibility thing here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Look at that. Angled the everything. That's cool. I didn't realize they had added angles in that respect to auto snap points. Cool. Alright. Yeah, we got it going on. We're going to have good defenses here. We can upgrade towers. So, I want one that can hit the market here. I think this is a good one to upgrade right here. We're going to upgrade this for sure. We're going to pay the cost no matter what it is. Alright. Get some more stone. Oh, we already got it going on. The clay operation seems to be doing pretty darn well. We brought in 105 clay last year. It's a pretty darn far distance, but saving us a fortune. It's allowing us to invest our money in other ways because we'd be having to buy it. We kind of worried about water. We're doing okay. Structural integrity. Okay. All right. Killed all the deer. This is gonna be the big kicker. All the boars kind of buggered off. We're gonna need to change their hunting area to be kind of like where they are. Oh, they're hunting the deer too. We might have to manually hunt some of these boar. They're supposed to attack boar. Did they undo the boar hunting? No, there it goes. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can hunt boar still. So they kind of bugger off though, that's the problem. I wonder. Because there used to be something called boar farming, and they got really pissy about it, right? And, I'm wondering if we could actually still do it. If we cast a wide enough net, we can keep them in there. We just gotta go off and kill them. Yeah, it could be done. Most likely gonna start aggroing these people that are trying to terraform. That's a whole nother adventure, though. This should start yielding results. And if it doesn't, we'll have to make it yield results. Oh yeah, there's another one right. Yep. Gonna beat that boar to death. Yeah, we need to get him crossbows. There's a lot of meat in there, though. Alright, we're rich. 1,700 in shoes. Don't need chickens. Flex crops yielding more is a cool one, but not necessary. More clay than I know what to do with. We got... Oh, wow. This sucks when you have a bunch of things you can sell, and they have nothing you want. They want high values on a lot of this stuff. So screw them. We're going to have more food than we need here momentarily, too, so I'm not really interested in increasing any of my food productions. Temple is doing its job. Barracks doing its job. I think we're going to hire 2 more archers. We're running low on a moolah. Time to add some more houses. We just slap these up. Oopsie daisy. Okay. And let's get our signature decoration. Here we go. Each one of those houses will add a good chunk of change. We're in the negative now. Yeah. Bard, spirituality, soldier. Alright. Yeah, we have a little bit of luxury taxes, but not a whole lot. This will kind of stabilize things for us. Let's see, how many people do we have? Not enough. Yeah, we do need to get to tier 3 next, so we can get to tier 3 housing and get more people and a little bit more money. Money is going to be everything now. They do not have clean water at the hospital. That might have a problem. Put a well over here. Well here. Well here. Here we go. Put a well right here. Perfect. Wonder if that well is even hitting all the houses. It is. Okay, cool. Wonder why they weren't using the medical routes that much. Alright, we got a second trader buying baskets, and he's buying wood. Very good. Now, if he has things I want, which he does, we want 38 iron. We definitely want a couple of heavy, like 3 of these heavy machineries. It's going to allow me to do a lot. We got a lot of stone now, finally. We're going to sell every single piece of board we have. And it looks like we can sell even more boards to the next guy, so that's cool. That's not going to do me much. I think iron... We're just going to load up on all the iron we can, even though it's really, really expensive. And I want to get my Fletcher upgraded and start making crossbows. We could just make our own crossbows. All that iron I purchased. So that is the route we're going to take. Perfect. Once these houses all get up, we'll be able to really start to bring... I need to stabilize my monies. We're getting close on this last field. Still got some deer in here. There we go. We pumped it out there. Okay. I'm gonna let them just keep doing what they're doing here. This is good. So we got the full thing. We just need to get everything kind of unweeded. And we'll be good, but we have more than enough food in my opinion. The deer should be no more here momentarily. Right. Real question is, are these guys going to be able to do it? The boars are just... As you can see, the boar are actually really, really elusive. So hunting these boar spawns is kind of a pain in the ass. Alright. We don't need this tower because The boar are not operating in the same way they used to, and that's just a waste of money. That will help me. Yeah, they made it so that you can get pretty good radiuses on everything. If you just, I just use a 4x4 down my residential, and then I have a temple here. I just pull this road out. We're gonna put the theater there. Boom, we got all the big buildings. Ugh. Raiders and wildlife more deadly and aggressive. They always give you the worst stuff. Alright, so we have no food coming from that. A little bit food coming from there. Alright. Unfortunately, I am screwed. So we're gonna go into old school clover beans route. At least we can make a little bit of food from this. We need food bad. And this did not turn. Yeah. Or you're gonna have to put a wide net around all the boars. I don't think it's entirely feasible in the way that it used to be. I'll have to play around with that. I'm sure I can get it to work, but you know that's gonna take a bit of time. And yeah, we're gonna move these guys over to places where they can actually hunt. There's some good ones. I'm gonna move him up over here. There's 2 spawns over here. Perfect. Okay, and this other guy I'm just gonna straight up. That's not a really good one. I'm gonna straight up delete it. Didn't turn out to be anything that I wanted it to be. Sometimes you gotta know when to fold them. It was a bad situation. And then this, we can start getting out the double wall here in a little bit. Yep. Rest of that out. Just start building this stuff up pretty slowly, surely. Perfect. Okay. Alright, this is good. We're making a good progress here. Got our little fortified chicken coop. Now this is going to be some other cool stuff. Some of the other industry I think I'm just going to honestly put like right outside here. Don't really care if they burn some of the stuff to the ground. I just like to protect the stuff that's like really important. We can start making shields, but I don't necessarily need them yet. Soap could be a good one. We do have... Let's see. What do we got going on? Yeah, we have a lot of herbs, so let's get into soap production now. Soap can be sold and things like that too. Oh, they changed the radius. Let's see. Where would this make sense? Gotta have access to these gents in here. Gotta have access to this. Alright, we're gonna place the soap maker like right outside the gates. Thinks anyway, right? Start getting the sand pit in. That's good enough for me for now. If you upgrade this wall to stone, it can typically do its job. The trick is not to have one wall, but multiple. So, like, if they want to get anywhere in this base, they got to break through quite a bit of walls. All right, so the watchtower could almost hit the marketplace. So it's going to be one of the towers over here that does it. Perfect. Nice, 578 fruit from one arborist, not bad. All right, yeah, the boars are slightly attacking the peasants here, but we're not even gonna be. I don't even care. We're not gonna be anywhere near this area. I think I'll just go in there and take out the boar spawns, but I want to play around with that, see if I can get a farm going. And we're doing great. Upgrading the wells is pretty good too. Not only for the water bonus, but for approval bonus. We haven't done a whole lot of approval stacking yet. Really, really easy to hit the high tiers of desirability. You just line everything up correctly. The next, I mean, like the next big thing that I want to get into is going to be like the bakery. That can go. Oh, that's a 3x3 area. Yeah, just one bakery right here will hit everybody. We don't need to have a huge... That's why I like buckwheat. Actually, we don't need to have a huge footprint. So, yeah, I'm going to put the windmill up. We just need 250 flax. This is easy. Just do something like that. One thing of flax will be more than enough. We'll get the windmill going. We'll start getting bread production going. We don't need to have a whole lot of it. Well, mainly just doing that stuff for chicken feed. Now we're getting 120 meat. Not bad. Let's look at how much food is spoiling. Most of it's vegetables. None of the meat's really spoiling. A lot of fruit's spoiling, even with the differentiation in seasons. Half and half. That's why I was saying, like, I don't tend to overproduce fruit for that reason. They never eat it. One of those is pretty much good enough. Alright. And once these things get pristine, like when all the weeds are gone... Oh, we got bean rot. But we have really high fertility, so yeah, whenever I get that, just kind of cycle. Eventually, we're going to be cycling correctly, so... but we need to keep the food coming in. I'm going to go to that for now. But eventually, we'll have different food groups growing every year, alternating between the three, and you don't get that many diseases. But you do get diseases, and then you just kind of have to play with it until they go away. Oh wow, 8 villagers born, 8 immigrated. Oh wow, that's a lot. 28 laborers, okay. Got some soldiers. We got soldiers now, though. Here we go. I think I'm actually gonna double wall this. Put a road here, didn't I? Wonder if I should double wall that. Yeah, let's double wall it. Alright. There's a bit of stone up here that we're getting, so that's great. Predators are attacking. Oh, nice. The bear. Oh, dude, they... Guess we can't Grovar it anymore. They eviscerated that bear. Yeah, these guys are... every tower adds a layer of difficulty. That's pretty impressive. It's gonna be hard to break that. Alright, so this whole area is finally protected. Typhoid. Nobody likes typhoid. Surprised we haven't had to get rat catchers yet. The way that I designed this, we need 1 rat catcher for the whole pie. Alright, we're gonna get the rat catcher up. Yeah, we can hit... Oh, dude, our root cellars are full. I'm gonna move this here. We're gonna put a root cellar here because I think the rat catcher will be able to hold it. We need 1 more root cellar immediately. Honestly, I should really just upgrade them, but we need to hit the next tier. These need to be, I think, 7 tiles away from each other to not have a negative. I can always bump it back if I messed up. But yeah, we get the rat catcher in here. That'll keep the food. That'll keep the houses. The rats spread diseases too, of course. Alright. Apiaries are keeping up. Alright. They seem to be doing okay together. There's 2 spawns right here. Got 2 spawns right here, too. Alright, the soap is being produced. Everything's doing pretty decent. There we go. One more root cellar ought to do it, and when I upgrade that, that should be more than enough. Oh, man, they made windmills super... Oh, I thought that said 250 stone. 250 flags. I was like, I'm gonna lose my mind. Alright. I don't know why it's not using all the builders right now. Put it up to 12, but only using 5. 29 laborers. Good, we have more soldiers now. Perfect. And once again, they have nothing. We can start selling. Good to sell as much of everything as possible. Oh, that's right. Totally spaced on this dude. Alright. So we want to put a cap on crossbows to, honestly, in this situation, 10. Since we don't have a whole lot of iron. And I can't believe I didn't cap bows. I always cap bows. Arrows, we're going to cap arrows at like 2,000. Go. Alright. And, yeah, I want a bunch. Bows at 20. Crossbows at 10. Bump that up. Let's get some crossbows going. Alright, we got a big wad of cash. Not bad. Alright. So the rat. Yep. We get all the houses. And we get the 3 cellars. For just 1. That's pretty good. This is actually not a... This is pretty good. Just the 3 with a road down the center. A 3 square there. 1 market. That's pretty clean. This is gonna go up to at least 500 pop, I think. This was a design I was toying with a really long time ago, like 8 months ago. Keep everything kind of defended, and it's kind of going back to the same principles. Like some of the stuff, like I just like the more stuff you try to put inside, the shittier your defense is. Like the tighter you can make this, the better. Certain like the things you want to defend are pretty, you know, your storehouse, your trade post, your main area, your defensive buildings, and then your really, really expensive buildings that are a pain in the ass to repair if they're broken. This stuff I could probably have thrown outside. I kind of just threw it in the corner because it looked nice. Alright, yeah, we just need a little bit of flour now. So once this bad boy goes up, we're going to have flour power. Alright, we're in good shape. Alright, the disease is gone. I'm going to kind of do something a little different here. We're going to, let's see. Okay, he's doing buckwheat, and buckwheat has really bad frost resistance, though. Let's take a peek. Yeah, buckwheat has no frost resistance. We do not want to put it like that. We want to put it like this. And same thing here. There we go. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this for now. We're actually at a point where we can do clovers. All right. Beautiful. Then we're gonna leave this guy how he is. Eventually, he's gonna adapt like this. So we'll be yielding just a little bit of buckwheat every year, alternating. And we're gonna do cabbage and peas, and we're gonna be at 100% fertility, no problem. We'll do all that jazz, and that's good. So I remember when I first started playing, I thought buckwheat kind of sucked. It's really situational. And the reason, you know, wheat and all that is much better, but, I mean, the last I checked, the windmills only can process about, like, 1,000 flour. And so they kind of, like, nerfed it to the point where I don't go... I used to go all in on bread, and now I'm more of a cheese man. I found that cheese is probably one of the best things to mass produce. So, I mean, typically I just focus on cattle feed and stuff like that. We could... I mean, we could fence in whole areas up here, all around here for cattle. A lot of good stuff. Okay. These things are worth 32 stone a pop, so we might as well harvest them. We got the worst relics in the world, though. I think it's time to start scaling into industry next. The main industry right now we have is boards. Firewood seems to be keeping up. Oh, nice. Another excavation. This is actually a pretty good map as far as relics go. They're usually a little bit more dispersed. Oh my god, everything's full. Okay. We're gonna put one more. I need to upgrade. I need to get to the next tier so I can upgrade these things. We're just full of food right now. We need 3 grand and a bunch of boards if we want to get to tier 3. I'm not quite... I mean, like I said, I hate tier 3. I wish I could go straight into tier 4. Alright, and we were able to bump out the deer spawns, so we're safe. This place is safe. Getting the fertility up. We got a environmental fertility factor of 64. Not the worst, not the best. 64 is really good. We're getting 6.4% per compost in fertility, which is huge. Means we can basically do anything we want with that. We can grow wheat every single year as long as we're putting compost on it. Alright, what are we doing down here? Almost 400 wood last quarter, so that's pretty sweet. Or last year, I should say. Is that last year? What does it say? Yep, last year. Kind of crazy is this is Vanquisher mode, and I feel like they made the game like substantially easier. This is not very difficult compared to what Vanquisher used to be, and kind of upsetting because it kind of defeats the whole point of having a Vanquisher mode that isn't thirdly challenging. I'm gonna replace the walls. The deer might be able to get in momentarily, but that's okay. There we go. So now it connects right there. And that's a beautiful thing. And we just do our walls this way. The most important thing is that they cannot get through. Alright. Alright, yeah. It will, these two will connect, and that will create the buffer. We're in good shape. Villagers get hungry 15% slower. That's a cool one, actually. That's a really cool one. We don't need it quite yet, but that's really good. We can always switch it out. One more root cellar. That gets us to that. Yeah, we're there. That will be the whole wall. Oh, are those people? Okay, yeah. Yeah, tier 3 roads would be sweet. Especially for these gents over here, and then especially for this area over here to speed up our walking. Alright. One broke a bone.
Hello there.
And I don't know if I like the dialogue from the people talking. Kind of freaking me out.
Work to be done?
Yeah, I don't like it. They're not supposed to have... They're not supposed to be people. Alright, here we go. We got the flax coming in so we can get our windmill up. We got 6 archers. 6 more people coming in. We need 3 grand. I'm just going to push all the honey in. And let's put a bunch of coal in. More boards for sale. Hell, we can even do lumber. Got a lot of pelts. Baskets not too grand. Shoes are amazing. We're just going to start getting things ready for trade. Sometimes you actually can trade these too, so we should. 1,500 crane. Yeah. So I'm saying one windmill is going to be able to do all this, and then we'll get bread. There we go, windmill up. Beautiful windmill. I think one person might be actually enough. Because we don't need to convert too much of the grain. 1 and 1 is going to do it for us. This is pretty good, actually. It's a good setup. There were a few more camera angles. There we go, though. Extra food type. We've already filled everything again. We gotta upgrade these things, man. We're just producing an ungodly amount of food. This is end game though. This is like freaking tier 5 production right there. We're gonna be hitting the 95s here soon. We haven't even upgraded everything. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. We got a lot of flax. Let's get a clothing. Yeah, we do need to do something like this. We do need to make some clothing. Let me see. Right. Yeah, the weaver can really go anywhere. I'm gonna put the weaver outside next to the shop here. Soap shop. I really don't care if they destroy these buildings. They're very, very cheap to repair. Like I said, keeping your defense tighter, I find, tends to have the best results. Especially because money seems to be pretty tight. I'm wondering if my archers... They're pretty good. They don't have any veteran status yet. They have crossbows now, though. So they're a lot stronger. Well, let's go see. If some of them die, that's what happens, right? They're kind of expendable. Alright. I want to see if I can do some damage with these gents. They look cool. I like the little feathers in their caps. Definitely makes them feel a little different. And showing them all, it's only showing a few with crossbows, which is kind of weird. Actually, it shows them all with
Your
bows.
command.
Even though this guy clearly has a crossbow, still has a bow in his hand. Interesting. Oh, damn, dude. They can shoot the tower. Like, yeah, because they... Okay, well, that's a little lame. I didn't know they could do that. There we go. Alright. We're gonna run. We're gonna drag them back into the defenses. Some of the people in my town might die, but it's worth it. I want to save these gents. They were expensive. Alright. Sit behind the walls. Yeah, I didn't know we could pop it like that. That's what's kind of funny. Pull back. Yes, all my towers are shooting. Alright, let's pull. Not get into melee range. Let's get back here and start shooting. There we go. Alright, now he has the crossbow out. He just needed to, the animation didn't change until he used it. That's really cool, though. It's a big old thing of loot. So yeah, they even made that easier to do. So that's really weird, man. They really cheesed the game. This is actually kind of upsetting, I'm not gonna lie. This game used to actually be hard. I seriously feel like someone's put the little bumpers on when you go bowling. That say, I'm a big boy, I'm playing a hard difficulty. This is stupid easy. Someone has asked me, what do you do about catapults? Right? This is what you do about catapults. You let the army engage, you let the catapults blow your shit up, and then you just sneak outside and you go around with a unit like this. And then you snipe off the catapult and you run. Pretty easy. I actually did it months and months back. But, yeah, the catapults aren't really even that big of a deal. Archers are stupid OP in Farthest Frontier still, so that's good to know. We've got a good group. All right, well, we finished out all the defenses areas. That's why when you get to tier 4, you just bust out your stone camps. You're good to go. Alright, we're gonna get our corridors up. Now, I always gate this because if they bust one gate, you don't want them to be able to run all the way around. You want to make it hard for them to get area to area. It really increases your defenses. And I'm having this issue where I can't place tiles in certain zones. With the new system they have. There's some bugs here. Do it there. Do one here. And one here. Yeah, you want to make it as hard for them as possible to move around. Alright, we're going to sell all this coal. We got a bunch of shoes to sell. Let's pause. We got 8 clubbies. We got a bit of iron, but we can always have more. 3 swords. Let's sell all the shoes. Alright, there's our 3 grand. And so for tier 3, we just need 200 boards. How many boards did I send over here? Alright, we're going to put boards back into storage. And then we just need the 3 grand. Alright, there's tier 3. Yeah, unfortunately, they really dumbed this game down. This feels, honestly, like I'm playing on the easiest difficulty. Yeah. To me, this is exceptionally easy. I did talk to, I mean, I stopped talking to the devs because they wouldn't listen to my feedback. And I was trying to politely let them know that they were just, you know, quite literally destroying what made the game enjoyable for a lot of the people who played it, and they were not receptive. To me, what Farthest Frontier does well is terraforming, being able to, you know, easily create settlements on the hills and castles. And so my opinion, Farthest Frontier should be doubling down on the terraforming system and encouraging it, making it easier, because it will increase replayability and it will increase creativity and your builds, which is what helps replayability. And also, they needed to make the game harder. They unfortunately took the opposite approach, where they want all bases to kind of be flat pieces of shit, and they want the game to be easy. And it's really silly, because that's the whole point of having multiple difficulties. That you don't have to play on Vanquisher, so it's just kind of like that participation trophy mindset. It's just like, no, everyone's got to be able to beat it on the hardest difficulty. And it's just, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what they were hoping to achieve. Yeah, some of my Hilltop Castle stuff pretty crazy time intensive. But to be fair, with mods, I could easily do that stuff pretty darn quick. But the problem is that it's kind of, the mods are kind of difficult to explain how to use to people who aren't of that aren't of a, like, a kind of like general gaming background. I mean, for me, it's pretty darn easy, but the thing is if the mod updates and you don't remove it correctly, it corrupts your entire game file. So even if you reinstall the game, you can never launch the game again. So it's like, I don't want to show people how to use mods, because to be quite honest, if you don't know how to install the mod, then you're not going to understand how to remove the mod so that your game functions. So if I were to tell people how to mod their files, I would effectively, like, from my point of perspective, they could completely they would never be able to play. They might be in a position where they could never play the game again because they don't know how to remove files. So it's like, yeah, if you don't know how to do it, then you shouldn't, because you need to know how to navigate to those files and remove things. But anyway, my point there was that they need to just make the base vanilla game have that functionality. That's what people want. It's like, they could have, like, tripled their sales if they would have just had some common sense about, like, hey, we had this unintended feature in our game that seems to be giving it this massive differentiation versus other games in the genre. All these people love it. It's like, what if we created this terraform city builder? Like, they had fucking gold in their hands, and they're like, no, we want to do it this way. So it's just like, oh my god, dude. Like, no, we don't want to make money. We want to make flat bases, see? Man, it's like, fuck. You can't talk to 1950 gangsters, you know what I mean? And you can't talk to people who don't realize that they had something really fucking amazing and they blew it. I was like, yeah, so 8 months ago I stopped talking to them because they were just nitpicking everything I was saying while I was trying to explain this concept to them. And I'm like, stop wasting my time. Like, I'm handing you gold. I'm handing you something, an unintended an unintended feature of your game is brilliant, and like, they literally could have made a fucking fortune if they would have just doubled down on doing terraform builds, dude. I'm telling you. Yeah, there's a few problems. The time, like, personally, I think the times for, like, as you can see, like, it takes about 12 hours to progress through what used to be 6 hours of content. Like in holy shit, are they dancing? Sorry, my ADD is out of whack. Yeah, they were dancing and I missed it all. I missed everything. But yeah, there are just like a lot of there we go. Yeah. Yeah. I'm all right, I'm happy now. I mean, that's kind of cool. But they're not even using the ribbons. They're just kicking. I don't know why this depresses me. If this is what they did for fun, I'm really glad I live in the period of time I do now. But yes, personally, I think what makes Farthest Frontier an exceptional game was the terraforming. And I mean, the game was already built for elevated increase in damage from terraforming. The entire system is already based upon elevation. So it's just like, embrace it. Make it easier. But they didn't do that. The game is, I mean, the game is really deep. Like, the game is cool for what it is. I mean, there's not a whole lot of survival games that have methods for, you know, food and spoilage and all the food types. It's a really good game, but they took for me personally, they took out some of the features that made it replayable at a large scale. But I've gotten a lot of good hours out of this game. I can't complain too much. I can try though. But yeah, we're doing great. I'm not really sure what else to do at this point though. No one's attacking me. So if you've watched my other videos, I would be dead by now. Like, the raids would have been pretty much have killed every single person. I should have had way more towers than I do. So yeah, I'm a little weirded out by everything. So we're just gonna start getting up more stuff, but the raids seem to be dialed down. All right, here we go. Get up some more inner towers, make it a little bit more beefy, protect this area a little bit more. But yeah, we got it all going on. This is great. So yeah, see, I'm having a problem where the wall next to it is causing an issue. I have to destroy these walls so that I can place this. There we go. Does not like that. I think it's because it's trying to angle. One crop eaten by animal. Who ate my crop? Alright. Sometimes the deer can phantom eat things too, so that's interesting. I don't know if we need both of these guys over here anymore. There's still plenty of deer. 7 of them. Looks like they all buggered off. Oh, they went up. Yeah, they're trying really hard to get in here. Oh, I see what they're doing. So this right here should be actually connected. So they're trying to come. They're actually trying to come in through here, and that's why they're navigating in that weird way. That's funny. Whoopsie daisy. All right, now the design is complete. Yeah, we got the connector here. Right now that really matters. All right, ×3 mode it is. All right, yeah, the tower's there. Get one, like, let's get one good raid, and I want to see some caddies. Now we haven't got hit by a Lord raid, and we haven't gotten too crazy high. No, man. All right, yeah, now that that's up, the deer are coming back to the spawn point. Perfect. Alright, we got some houses actually upgrading to tier 3. Pretty sweet. Might start generating a little bit of money. You don't get luxury taxes really until tier 4 though. Alright, that's pretty sweet though. All that for one rat catcher is a good deal. And we're doing 520 flour. And we're making about 440 bread from that flour. So that's perfect. It's a good equilibrium right there. Got pretty much every food group except for dairy and the luxury goods. Not bad. And we're pulling in a good amount of clay. We're tier 3 now, so tier 3 is the crazy stage. I have 471 stone. So realistically, I'd want to start upgrading main roads that I see people traveling on. God, I can't click on anything. Usually I do farm roads. Areas that they walk into. Everything is so close together. That's the crazy thing, is you almost don't need it. This road you do. Yeah, definitely to the forester. Right. Yeah, they seem to be using this area down here a bunch. This is a really expensive upgrade, but it could actually be beneficial. Here we go. Get that stone. Stone to the forester, and you can see the storage is coming right off this road, which is really cool. Yeah, so they just walk the wood literally right in there. Right, this should be stone. This goes the wagon. Upgrade all that. Here we go. Not gonna do any stone here, just simply because I don't care too much. The coal is just something we've been doing for money. A pretty cheap upgrade for the storage depot. Go. It's pretty defensible too. That's what's kind of interesting. I wish that so all of these buildings technically don't have negative impacts on housing. Like you could try to do a centralized thing, but then it gets a little funky. Having everything in a small area tends to do better. You could try to get this a little bit flatter, or you could try to take this and put it over here instead. But then this is exposed, but that's pretty easy to defend. You could even use a barracks and have 3 barracks or something. No, they're definitely based on settlement level and year, but I'm in year 20. The raid should be much The raid should be kicking my ass right now at 242 pop. Once you go over 100 pop, like the raids get nuts. So yeah, they definitely dialed it back. There we go. Gonna upgrade all this stuff. Alright, yeah, stone roads are amazing. That will help out a good amount. Well, once we get more stone, I'll go a little bit further with it. But holy cow, it's a long way to get that clay. Weeds are still there. Yeah, we're doing great over here. Oof. Don't need that anymore. Perfect. Kinda like this setup, actually. Wheat. Okay, so what do we got? Beans in the second, beans in the first. That means beans in the third. Second and the third. That means in the first. There we go. Now we got everything being grown. All three of these things are being grown every year. Okay, thank you, Jesus. One raid. One raid to rule them all. Show me what you got, game. Let's make this happen. I want to see some death. I want to see some people go. Alright, we're booting all of you gents up. Training day is over. Oh yeah, right when I get rid of the wolves, right? They want to go that direction. Everybody up here is probably going to get toasted. We can finally get the forager shack upgraded. So that's cool, right? Now we have gold. We can start melting gold for money. Let's upgrade this one forager shack down here. It's a little bit more protected. How many? 25. So it's using 10%. It seems to be using about 10% of my pop. It used to be a little bit higher. It used to be about 20. This is what happens. Yeah, I leave for 8 months. And no one tells them that they made the game too easy. So what happens? Oh, dude, they're smacking it. Don't do that. Oh, they broke my temporary shelter. Right. Yeah, well, this tower is probably toast. That's what's cool about little towers like that. You can see it's holding its own. Oh, yeah, the whole team's coming over for this tower. But he laid the law down. He laid it down. Ooh, that was nasty. Just cap that chick. Alright. Come on in, guys. Yeah, these... I'm also getting the easiest raids that, like, it used to be like this... There used to be this randomness. Like, sometimes I would get, like, a full plate raid on my first raid. I've been getting... Oh my god, sir. Please. Every one of these people, like, hates their life. They're just... Everyone's trying to kill themselves. We talked about how if the bell rings, everybody should run into their house. Like, that was another feature that a lot of us were begging for. Having everybody die when there's a, you know, the whole town is saying, hey, big raid coming, it just seems a little stupid. Like, look at that. Look at that. That is a lot of people who could have just been killed. Jeez Louise. Once they get closer, they will go into their homes, but it's like the bell is a ringing. The bell is definitely a ringing. Alright, here they come. Yeah, some people are gonna die. I'm gonna let it. You deserve it. You had it coming. Alright, now they're gonna have to face off against this monstrosity, and this is gonna be very difficult to fight. I don't even have my archers out yet. If I upgrade this, they'll be in the radius. Anybody who gets close here, though, is going to start getting shot up. Oh, yeah. Tearing them up. Oof. 49 villagers graduated. Yeah. That's good. Because I think about 20 people just got murked. We need to change the system. Need smarter people. Oh boy. Alright, well that was fun. Let's get this Forager Shack up. I want to see what we can do with the Tier 2 Forager Shack. I have not seen this yet. Alright. Boom. Alright, let's look at this in all of its glory. That's cool. Oh, nice. Forager cultivate. So max yield 12 berries, 22 greens, 3 herbs, 1 root, 9 nuts, 3 willow. Oh my lord. What are they doing? What the? 3? Yeah, you're making a difference. I mean... Oh man, 21 raiders killed the 25. Killed 2 villagers. I don't know what to say. There a fertility or something I'm missing? Develop land 0%. Develop land 0%. Yeah, the develop land thing doesn't seem to go up. Ah, here we go. 2.71%. Huh. I spent a lot of money. I spent a lot of money on that. Dude, that is stupid. One medicinal root. You tell that is the most worthless. Come on, guys. Come on. Who the sat there and thought they're like, yeah, 1 is good. This is gonna revolutionize the game, guys. Make a building that generates 1 root. My God. I'm gonna lose my mind. Alright. Well, I think these people need a fancier pole. I'm gonna give them a fancy pole. I don't understand. I don't understand this. Let's try to upgrade the other guy and see if it's the exact same thing up here. Right. Let's see. It's saying 0% development, so that to me says maybe it has to be around. Maybe it gets like 1. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Let's just see if it's the same everywhere. Oh, damn. Everybody's full. think it's freaking... Yeah. We have the shirt guys going, but once this runs out, I'm gonna turn the shirts off for a bit. We'll get some more flax going, but right now I think the raid kind of threw off a lot of stuff, and we can finally get root cellars up and yeah, money and bricks. Shoot. So let's get the brickyard up. Dude, they really pour down the negatives too. You can make much tighter industry areas. We pay, I mean, like, yeah, you're paying a pretty fancy price to get that tier 2 forager. Someone was telling me, like, you need to play. They got the tier 2 forager. I'm like, heck yeah. Then I get this, and I'm like, oh god. What is this? I mean, it's a really cool, I dig it. I dig it. It's a cool concept. That was something I didn't think about. The radi... Can I not... Can I not set the radius anymore? Does it not gather anything else now? What? It doesn't do anything else now? Oh, it doesn't even gather. This is like something you place inside the town. Oh, dude, this is scary. Yeah, the developed land thing means nothing. Developed land is for this. Well, it's not a problem if it's one crop, if it's substantial. That's really, I mean, that's a really cool thing. Even like 20 herbs would be, like 20 herbs, 20 willow. That would be awesome, because there are certain times where you don't have that. Okay. Yeah, so it's 3 here too. 22, 12, 1. The resource cannot be cultivated in this region. Nuts 9, willow 3. I mean, it's a really cool looking building. I'll give them that. But, yeah. Okay, so Forager Tier 2. Not currently, not worth it. We're out of bricks. Those going. Feel like we need to start really dramatically increasing production of certain things. I've already done, I already produced a guide on Tier 5 housing 8 months ago. It did slightly okay. So outside of the Forager Tier 2, pretty much, that's really all that's new to me. Everything else is just advanced UI and a lot of nerfing of certain mechanics. Hoping that we get another Manor Lords patch here pretty soon. That would be sweet. So, everybody have a great rest of your day.